Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 17-part video series showing you how to create Shell gas station. Let's get started. To start, let's open a new architecture template. So go right here, click on new, and then go to drop down and then choose architecture template and then press OK. And then once it's open, we start off at level 1. And then we have our elevation tags right about here. And what we usually do is we add in the grid line that's located under architecture and then right here. So you can also type in GR in order for you to access this. So that's the keyboard quick access. So GR. And then we will start by adding grid lines from the bottom to the top. And then most of the time we want to put the grid line around um, our elevations. So right now I'm gonna click on below and then going up, and then here we're gonna zoom in. It starts with a number, so we're gonna press escape and then escape again. We're gonna select this again, and we can actually type in CO, or under modify we could select copy. So type in CO, so that's copy. So basically same thing if we click here, and then we want to make sure to click multiply. So I'm gonna click multiply so that we could just keep on adding grid lines once we set up all the distance. So now I'm gonna grab it again, and then once I grab it, I want to put it all the way to the right side. So once it is on the right side, I'm gonna type in the dimension. So I want 6307 and then 6259 17309, and then we go again all the way right here, and you want to make sure that all of it is pretty much without an angle. So you want to make sure that this is all horizontal without any angles or anything, because I believe for this one it got shifted a little bit. So that's fine, we could fix that, but we want to make sure to put more space on the right side, because as you can see, we need more space because this is a bigger site with multiple buildings. So right now I'm gonna type in 5690 and then 7115 7705, and then here we have 14029. So it looks like everything is done. Press escape and then escape again. We can select this, and if you notice, we have this dash line right here. That means everything is aligned and everything is kinda connected in some ways. That means once we move this, everything will move if it has its dash line. So because this one, when we created it on the right side, it kind of created some degree or some angle. That's why it's not leveled on each and every one of them. So now I'm gonna pull it up. I want to everything to be leveled. So here, knowing that, because everything snaps and everything is now connected all together, we're gonna do it right here as well on this side. So we're gonna pull it up, and then everything will be perfectly aligned. There we go. So now everything is aligned. Um, what I want to do next is to add the horizontal before we fix all the elevation tags. Because like I said earlier, we need all our elevation tags to be outside of this grid line. So we might as well add the horizontal grid line first, and then we do the adjustments. So here, what I want to do is we're going to add another grid line. So GR, that's the keyboard shortcut for our grid lines. So here I'm gonna create it from the right to the left. And then I'm gonna escape and then escape again. If you notice, we lastly add 8 grid lines. Now it start with 9 again because Revit recognized the sequencing. But here, instead of number, we're gonna put in letter. So I'm gonna put in capital A. And then press escape and then escape again. So now what I want to do is select that grid line A and then type in CO, just the same thing as copy. Multiple is already checked. That's because it recognized the last or the previous um, settings that you created. So here, multiple is already checked. And then we're going to grab this letter A grid line and then we're going to pull it down. Pulling it down so that it goes all the way down with the sequencing. So right here, I'm gonna make sure that this is 90 degrees without any angled irregular angles. So 90 degrees so that all the way straight down. And then I'm gonna type in 8137. And then we need more space. So I'm gonna pull it more down. 30152. Now we have more space that we need to. So after that, make sure this is 90 degrees again. We're gonna type in 4947 and then 8126 and then 54. So make sure this is angled again. So I'm gonna escape again, select that and then copy because we don't want anything to disrupt the angling. So you can always redo it afterwards. So here we're gonna do this again, CO, and then let's grab it and then pull it down. Or this will be 5418, and then this is 6831. So it created an angle again. So I'm gonna copy this and make sure that there's no angle. 6831. And then double check that everything is good. Looks like all is good. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this one all the way down. So select this. So now that everything is aligned, as you can see, there's a dash line. So that's temporary. It just only indicates that everything is aligned, and then once you pull this, everything will move. So I'm gonna pull it down, and as you can see, everything follows. Press escape and then escape again. Now we're gonna grab all the elevation tags. So I'm gonna grab this elevation tag and then I'm just going to move it right here because I want everything to be viewed, because once you're in the elevation, it will only view anything from right here. So now that's why we're setting it up already. So here I'm gonna put it right here. I'm gonna put it right here. I'm just estimating everything, but I want to make sure that everything is covered. Just all of this we're going to add in some sort of building. It's a big site, so we will add in buildings for the car wash, the convenience store, and obviously the one for the pump station. So right now we have our elevation tag place. We want to make I want to add grid bubbles on the other side as well, because it's easier for everyone to see it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select and then click right here, show bubble. So now as you can see, it will show the similar bubbles that you have right there. So you want to make sure everything is bubbled so that it's easier for us to coordinate where to put everything. And then after this, what I want to do is to give you dimensions again. We're going to add dimensions so that everything um, is aware of the dimensions that we created. So I'm going to pull this one a little bit at the top. And then you can type in DI, that's a line dimension, DI. And then here we could select each and every one of these grid lines and you can follow along. So what happened is, let's redo it. I think I was mistakenly pressed somewhere in the space. That's why it just snaps. So most of the time once you snap, you will basically tell Revit that I want it on this location. So similar to that. So now it's placed there already. And then we're going to add a grid line right here, the overall. So that's the dimension right there. And then we're going to add the dimensions for the horizontal. So here we have our dimensions. And then we're going to add the overall dimensions right here. So you should have something like this, 63611. And the other one is 64402, 403. So after this, what we can do is we set up the elevation. Here, the ceiling plan, we don't need that. So we're going to pull it like that for now, close it, and then we go to south elevation. So once we're in south elevation, obviously we're gonna stretch this. So similar to grid line levels, we could push this all the way to the end. And as you can see, it's simple enough because we have this dash line indicating that everything is um, aligned, and then you could basically do this. After here, what I'm gonna do is we're going to put in the height. So I want from level 1 to level 2, it's around 3600. And then to go from right here, I want, so here I'm going to change the name. So I'm going to put this one ground. This will basically saying that do you want to change the name of the corresponding views, which is the views right here. So this will change as well. So I'm going to put in yes, and as you can see from level 1 it changed to ground. So here level 2, and then here for level 2 I want to change the name. So we could put this one T.0. roof. So we could have, so that's top of roof. So we could change it right there, and then we're gonna leave the site. It's the same name for that one, and then we're going to create another level. So let's go to architecture and click on level. So you can type in LL as well. And then here, we're going to add it first. And we want to everything to be aligned. So we're going to align that. And then this one, we could put this one as for the canopy. So bottom of the canopy. Um, so we could put just canopy. And then in terms of height, sorry, that's not, this one should be around 5,000. And then here we could put canopy. And then that view will be changed right here as well. And then you want, of course, this one to be stretch, something like this. And you make sure that it's not below the level, or else you won't see all the grid lines. So for example, here, if we see the canopy, there's no grid line right here. That's because you need to pull this one up. So that's the importance of pulling everything up so that everything is intersecting and everything will be shown. So we have our ground right here, top of roof and canopy, and those are the numbers that we can put. And then we're gonna create, we also are gonna create signage, and then we have a car wash as well. So after this, let's go back to ground. So we're gonna put everything on the ground level. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna save this. So let's save this to the location that you want to. So I'm just gonna save it right here onto my project, and then I'm gonna save this as Shell gas station. And then if you click on option, you can see that the file save option maximum backup is 20. So now if you're intermediate to expert, around 5 or 1 if you want. But if you're new, I think around 10 to 20 is best. So here I'm just gonna click on OK and then save it to the location. So most of the time it's better to save all the time so that you don't miss anything. And then sometimes it crashes also, so at least you have those saved parts. And because I set it at 5, uh, it will save 5 times first. So every time I save up to 5 times, and then for the 6 saved, it will overwrite the last one. So at least you still have that ability to go back to any point if you messed up on your project. And then before we do let's go to each of the elevation. We want to extend for sure all of this, so let's extend this one right here so that everything is covered, everything is showing. So north as well, all good. We did the south already, and then the west, so everything is covered there as well. And then let's go back to ground, and then if you click this, it will close anything that is inactive. We just want to focus on ground first, so you can basically click here and then click on save again. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this Shell gas station. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set up our project. We added the grid line, and then we also add the levels and the dimensions. Now we're going to continue working on this. So what I want to do first is to create the convenience store and then the car wash right here. So now let's go and add in the wall. So click on wall under architecture, and then choose one of this. It's okay if you choose one of this if you don't have the generic 200 millimeters, because you can always clean this up. So for example, if I choose this one, click on edit, click on duplicate, you can put exterior wall first. So I'm gonna make it a capital, wall number 1, click on OK, and then click on edit. Anything that is on the exterior side, you can delete it, and then anything from the interior side will be deleted. And the only thing that you cannot delete is the core boundary, structure, and core boundary. You won't be able to select it because it will be grayed out. So now, for example, if I want to clean up this, I'm gonna click on delete until I go here, and then I'm gonna go to the interior side of the wall, and then we only have core boundary, structure, and core boundaries. Here I'm gonna change the thickness to 200, and for the material, let's look for something white first. So usually I use gypsum wallboard just to show the white wall. So after that, press OK multiple time. You can use rectangle, and before you put anything, you can change the top constraint. So I'm gonna put it up to the roof, and then click apply. So once you change it here, it will change right here as well. So either way, you can change it from here as well. So for example, if you want to put it on canopy, you can do that, or if you want to put it in the same roof, and then it's already wall center line, and then change is checked. So I'm gonna select rectangle, and I'm gonna go right here. This is C1. I'm gonna select C1, and then up to G3. So we have that, and then we can also add A5, and then up to B7. So that's the other building. That's the car wash building that we will have as well. So now, once we have that, what we can do is we could add in the floor. So I'm gonna add in a floor right away. So I'm gonna select floor, and let's edit and duplicate this. This will be floor number 1, edit, and then this floor number 1, we could add in something like a concrete floor. Let's use board form or pattern form, or something that is let's use this. Apply OK, and then thickness is 200. Press OK, and then OK again. And then here we could use our rectangle, and same, we need to just go from right here, from the outer of the wall to the inner, and let's do it right here as well. Click finish, and if we see it in 3D, it will look like that. So very basic for now. After this, let's go back to ground, And let's look for this. Now we could add in a walls, so interior walls. So I'm gonna select wall again, edit type, duplicate. I want to change this to interior wall number 1, and then press OK. In terms of materials, I'm gonna leave it at gypsum wallboard and the thickness to 200. Then press OK, and then OK again. I'm gonna leave this one to top 2 roof because I'm just gonna maintain that height. Um, Take note, this is the convenience store, so I will have a door right here, but once you come right here, there will be a walk-in. There will be a walk-in freezer, and then we will have. So I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna close this off first. So this one is around 23. I would like to add um, or to maintain this distance so that there's a lot of room. And then this one is around 3800 from that wall, from that grid line. And then I'm gonna open this up because we're going to add another room right here. This room is around 3500 from this wall, so you can see 3500 from this grid line. And then again, we're going to have a wall right here, and then what we're gonna do is TR, trim and extend. So we're gonna open this up because this is now the cashier area, and that cashier area will have an office area here for the security or whatnot. And then here is the walk-in freezer, and then we will have a walk-in cooler right here. So CS, just put it right here. This is showing around 2000 from this area, and then I would like to put this one around 4000 from the wall. So you could type in 4000, and then here we could just close this off, and we wanna maintain some aisle here so that we could exit as well. So right now this is around like that. We're gonna maintain around 2000. So here, from here, 2000 as well, and then here is 2000. But in here we added a little bit more for the loading area because our loading area for the trucks are on this side, so we're gonna have that part right there. And also we're going to have something right here like a coffee area, because some Shell gas station, they have a coffee area right here. Sometimes they lease it to a coffee shop or something, so we're going to have that space right here. So here you can click on number 2, so number 2, F2, and then close it off like that. So that's good enough room for that space right there. So don't worry, we're going to add in some of the doors right here so that you can see, and then this part will be the open area. This is where you will see the stalls, and then you can see all the merchandise they're gonna sell, so there will be an aisle here for all of that. So next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add in some of the doors. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to insert, load family, and we're gonna click on doors, and because this is commercial, we need to add a commercial door as well. So this one, I'm gonna use this. So I'm gonna use 900 by 2000, and then this one I'm gonna use it. So because this is a system family door, so you type in DR. So I'm gonna add it right here. So this is big enough, 900 by 2000. So that will be good. And then after that, we're going to go back to insert and then load family, and I want to add a different door. Actually, for this one, exterior double, I think this I rather have this one um, onto the uh, loading area, so double doors. So here I'm gonna choose probably 2100 by 2000. 2000 is the height. And then this one, I could just pick a new host, and this one could be best for the cold storage or walk-in storage. So here's CS on that. CS is create similar. So basically, once you have something that you already place, you can just select that and then type in CS, and you'll be able to add it instantly. And this one with a small window right here is good also for this, for the office. So we will have some desks right here, or the counter as well, and then we have a small office for this one to do all the countings and everything. You can have security as well right here. And then the one that we just loaded, the other door, the exterior double, we're gonna add it right here. I feel like this is too big for the area, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna give it more space. So instead of 2300, let's put it at 24. So just a little bit more, but we maximize the door right here. So I'm happy with that. We could add more, 2500. Okay, so that everything will fit properly right there. So that's good enough. I'm happy with the way it looks there. We're going to add two walls right here because we're going to add a washroom. So I'm just going to add it in between right here. So if we see it, this is around 24, and then this is around 2400 as well. So that's good enough. Actually, that's big enough. We could add the washroom on this side, and this will be the staff lounge. So we're going to just add in a toilet, and yeah, just a toilet and sink on this side. So now let's go to insert again, and let's load the door for this. And I'm just gonna use this one. Click open. I'm gonna add all of them. And then click on door again, and let's add, I think, the 900. It's good enough fit, and we could add the door for the washroom right there. And let's insert again, load family. Let's add in the toilet. So let's go to plumbing, architecture, and then fixtures. We have water closet right here, and I'm just gonna use this toilet domestic 2D. Press OK, and then CM, and we're going to just add it right here. So this washroom is also for disability accessible as well. So that's why um, we have a bigger door, and then we have a bigger area right here for the disability. So now let's add in the sink, and we're just going to add in this small sink right here, CM, space bar, and let's just add it right here. Let's give it some room a little bit. And then after that, I'm going to use annotate, detailed line, and then thin line just to add some countertop there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to align everything. So everything is exactly the same, AL. And then this one, we need to put it there, AL, and then grab it there. So that is looking good. We're gonna tag it later on. And then for this one, let's just add a door right here as well. That's the crew. And then we have the door right here. And also, we're going to have an access. Of course, this will be open. So what we have is we could use an open wall opening right like that. So basically it will form like this, but it will still have um, some opening right here. Um, the easy part of this is you can extend this if you want to. So I'm just gonna extend it like that. Of course, we're gonna cover the kitchen area for this. And obviously we're going to add in a door that leads to going inside. And then we could add a door right here as well. And then here is where the counter is. They could order their coffee or whatnot. And then we could have the kitchen right here. Because you will just sell probably pastries, sandwiches, and coffee. And you just need some space right here. We're going to probably add some fridge and those kind of stuff right here, oven, stove, those kind of stuff. And we're gonna put some shelvings right here, and what we can do here is let's add in some seating. So let's go to furniture, and then seating, and what we could do is we have a table that comes with chair and CM on that, and let's just add it right about here. And then we're going to put in some lockers, so we could add in some storage, something like this. So this will just represent some storage or lockers. So here CM on that, and we could just add some lockers right here, copy, and then we're going to, so we could just make it a little bit bigger if we want to. Delete this, and then align it at the back right here. CO on that, click on multiply, and then just quickly add it like this. So that's good enough to start. So at least um, workers still have some privacy and they can take a rest when they are on their break. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 3 of this Shell gas station. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in our exterior wall and then our interior wall. Now we're going to continue working on this. And as you can see, little by little, we're able to add all of this information right here. And then I'm going to drop in market shelf. So I'm gonna provide this links down in the description of part 1. So once you're in part 1 of this video, you'll be able to access this link right here. So basically it's just shelvings. As you can see, it's just what you see in your convenience store, that you'll be able to add shelvings, and in that part you'll be able to get all the materials that you want. So I'm just gonna copy that and I'm gonna add in some uh, spacing right here. And as you can see, we could add in the main door as well right here. So we're gonna do that later, because we're gonna use a curtain wall in order to add that. At the same time, we have the walk-in freezer, and here I'm gonna provide this one as well, and it's just the entrance for the walk-in freezer. And as you can see, we'll be able to just delete this or incorporate it in front. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put in a section in front of this and in front of this later on. And as you can see, we have our freezer right there. So I'm gonna edit the profile. So edit the wall profile, and we're basically going to give this some opening right here. So as you can see, we'll be able to just add and then we're going to pack this with freezer. So TR, and whatever we decide, we will be able to just add that. So SL on this, and then TR, trim and extend. Click on finish, and it will look like that. And obviously we're going to add more for the freezer. So copy it on that side, and then we're gonna keep on copying until we have everything. So MV to move, and then CO to copy and grab it from that corner. So that is looking good. We need to extend this profile. So section, edit profile, and we could just AL align it from this. And now it looks similar to what we usually saw. So we have cooler and freezer, and this will be a cold area, and another storage area for all the cold beverage that they sell. And we will have this one as well on this side. So as you can see, everything is looking nice, and we're completely adding more to this. And as you can see here, we could add in the pastry stand right here, plus the counter, and then the cashier area as well. So those are the things that we could add in order for this one to look realistic. So let's do this part as well. So we could delete this, we don't need it anymore. We could copy this and add it on this side. We're going to stick it a little bit on this side, and as you can see, there's not enough space for two of them. So what I'm gonna do is we could just put it on one side and the other one will be storage place as well. So we could just add this one right here, select that, flip this one, and if we want to, we could extend this one or edit this one, but that one is too much work. So might as well just keep it on this side, and then we could make others look much better. So I'm just gonna edit the profile of the wall, and usually I use this pink, pick the side, and then just SL on this so that you could trim it, trim here, and then trim right on the bottom, and then now it will look like that. And if we go to 3D, as you can see, everything is looking really nice. And then here, what we can do is, I want to show it with consistent color, um, or realistic. So as you can see, we have shelvings there that they could just refill from the back. And then we will have some sort of cashier stand right here. So here we could just delete this. We have our cooler and freezer area, um, and also for the drinks. So that is looking really good. And then we have this um, shelvings for the dry stuff. And then we have the area for the you can say mini cafeteria right here. So I'm just making sure everything is looking good. What I want to do next is to add some of this right here. So I'm going to create a model in place and then generic model. This because I want this to look really nice, even though this is a small project, but at least when you're seeing it from outside, it looks realistic. Um, we're going to create a stand right here. This is the stand right here, and there is an opening. And what's good about this is um, that's why I put the cashier area on this space. The reason for that is because I want it to be accessible as well when it's nighttime, because some of the um, convenience store are 24 hours, and usually they just ask people from here, so there will be a small window right here. Oh, we want something like here, and then they don't need to give access on the store anymore, so that they will feel more secured. So that's why I have it right here, and then we could just give it some space right here around 1000. So, and then this is something that you will have on top. So I'm gonna click right here, change this to something laminate for now. Let's keep it simple, and then let's go to 3D. In order for us to extend this, we can extend this to 900. Apply that, and then on top of it, we're going to add in another extrusion, and that will be set, and then pick a plane, and we could just click right here, and that will be something like that. And then we could put in some candy stand in front, some lottery as well, and then click finish. And then as you can see, we have something like that, but I don't want it to be too thick, so we're going to put maybe 40 only, 40 thickness. So we have something like look like that, and then we just need to add more information. um, what I want to do is make it maybe an L shape, so I'm gonna do an L shape instead. And I want at the back is usually you sell cigarettes from the back right here. And then we're just going to trim here, and this one is around maybe 500 is good enough. We don't need any too much of that. And then click on finish, and then finish again. So now I'm just going to add the cash register. I'm gonna provide this one as well, so don't you worry, just check part 1 description and you'll be good and you'll be able to access this. So here I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it on a different side right here. So I'm gonna click it right there so that I want this angle to be placed right here. And obviously we want it to be offset from elevation or from host around 940. That's the height. I'm gonna undo that, and then I wanna choose, I'm gonna pick the host again, or I'm just going to manually add this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and add a section. That's the easiest way to manually place it on top of the desk that you want. So something like that. And obviously we want it to be put on this side. And then we also have this part. I'm gonna just check if this is a good cashier display, um, and I believe this is good enough, so it will look like a deli. And we could just move this, so that's how easy it is to be moved. And if we check our 3D, that's how good this one is looking. And obviously we need to pull it a little bit back. We don't need that too much space to be hanging there, and we could basically put it snug on that without any space, so it looks like we created it for this or custom build that one. And then this one CS again to add it on this side. And then if you have enough time, you can put the menu right here on top. You can put TV because they use that now. They put TV instead of regular menu board, so that will be good. And also I want to add something in front here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give it some space a little bit, so move this one like that. I think that's good enough space. It's not so here we have display. um, it's not actually pastry display, but um, we could just leave it like that. And we have some display for that part. I'm not sure which way is proper. I think this is good enough. So we could have, I want just a simple like newspaper stand right here. So this one doesn't look good for this part, so I'm just gonna delete it. I'm not gonna include that. Only the ones that we added will be included onto the download part. And then I have this one display stand that we could add probably. Let's see how good the model is. This is not the one that I modeled. I got it from a source, but let's see how good it is. This is just something that maybe I could um, edit. So box length, width, and shelf length. I'm gonna make this one 1500. And then I think this is good enough. I'm not sure if we will have enough space for this. Shelf length around 2000 is fine, but I don't like the box shelf actually right here. So I'm going to edit this and then just delete this part right here. And then load, no, there we go. But it's still too high. So I'm thinking of, yeah, this one is not good enough for this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create it here instead. So how I'm gonna create that part is I'm just going to create something like here, flip it. I want it to be based from this wall. So now I have this part, and then I could create model in place, and then here you choose generic model and create an extrusion, pick a plane. We're going to select this wall right here, and then you could just create a rectangle first, and then we want it to just go down 120 and 80. And then here we could just extrude it all the way there, trim right here, and then trim right here. And then this is where it gets good, is we're going to extend this one a little bit. So we're going to add something like this, copy, copy on that corner, and then right here. And then let's trim this one. And then don't forget to change the material. So something metal, so I'm gonna use this one, or I'm gonna use some paint, so I'm gonna use this instead. And then here I'm just going to create that and then extrude it all the way to right here. So now we have some shelvings there as well, and it looks good enough for me. You can sell anything from that stall there. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the previous video, as you can see, we already added so much families. We added the shelvings and we also added some of this. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and what I want to do is to add more to make this more realistic and to give it more. So now what I want to do is, like I said earlier on the previous video, I'm gonna add some TVs here for the menu. So let's go to ground, and here we could place this one right here first and then flip it. And what we're gonna see here is this side, and we're going to insert a TV. So go to insert, load family. It will be under furniture. So if you go to furniture, TV is right here. Click open and then CM and just add it somewhere onto the wall. So now you go back to the section and then just pull it up like that. Of course, we don't need a stand, so I'm just gonna uncheck here, and then we could make it bigger. As you can see, we have this one right there, a lot bigger. And then here, what we can do is maybe we could just add multiple of this. So copy and then add another TV on the side, and we want it to be aligned together like that. And then copy it again and then grab it from the corner right there to this corner. And then after that, select everything and then put it at least in the middle so it looks really good. So as you can see, we have our TV, and you can put in menu boards right there digitally. And also what I want here is to have we're going to add in some sort of extruded glass right here, so that too, because some of the North American um, convenience store, they have something that looks like that, um, like a glass, so just for protection. So here I'm gonna extend this a little bit because we want the cashier to have it like that and to give it some room. And at the same time, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this one a little bit like that. I think that's looks much better, and we could put a little bit more right here onto this side. So now I'm going to add, like I said, I'm gonna go add some glass right here. So I'm gonna click architecture, model in place, and then generic model. And here what we can do is we can click on extrusion and then set it and then pick a plane, which is the top of here, because we want to place it on top of that. And then we're gonna click on glass. So look for a glass material, and then let's use this for now. Apply OK, and we're just going to add a thin layer of glass right here. Let's make it like that. You can make it at least around around 40. That's thick enough. Click on finish and let's go to 3D and extrude it from there. So at least we have some sort of glass right there. And then what we could do at the top is we could add in something at the top. So an extrusion is just a filler for the top. So I'm gonna do is going to set, pick a plane, and we're going to pick the plane on top of this. So I'm just gonna put it on top and then extrude it from there. uh, I'm gonna use this gray, and then we could just have this one like that. So click on finish, go to section, and then just grab it from the section all the way to the top. We could just give it some space on the top, and we could just put it all the way there. If we see it, it will look like that now. So that's usually what it looks like to protect the the employees right there. So that's good enough. I believe we've done this one correctly. Now what we're gonna do is we're going to add in some glass around here, and also why not add some stuff right here as well. So insert load family, we need to go to specialty equipment, go back right here to the main, go to specialty equipment, domestic, and then high end. High end because we need to add in some of this right here. So we have some ovens, range, so CM on that. We need to add it like this. Let's add in more. We have some fridge that we need to add. We're gonna add this one, CM. On this side, we need multiple of that, so we could just copy, and then we need the glass as well. CM on that. So we need multiple fridge, and then I don't want any of those um, labels to show, so I'm gonna click on apply, uncheck show label, similar to this, and then right here as well. And then we're gonna copy this, and then copy this one as well. And then why not move them together? Oops, didn't do that. CO, move them together. Not copy, but move only MV. So now everything is moved properly. We have our fridge right here, and then we could add in our prep area right on the other side. So here, what we can do is we could add in, so let's go and add in the kitchen right here, generic model, extrusion, click right here, and we could just add around 800. And then here, we could put, so if it's 700 on that, let's put in 700 right here as well to make everything consistent. Then align it, and then TR, trim and extend, then delete. And then align it here as well. So we could just maximize the space for prep area, and why not add some sort of right here as well. Our prep area here, 700, and then trim and extend to maximize. And then click on finish. And then let's go put it up to 900 and make sure to change the material. So I'm gonna choose a wood material. I'll choose in this one, apply, OK, and then click on finish. And we have something that looks like here. That's good enough because we have what you need to do in order for this grills to show is to make it infine, which is what we have to do so that everything is looking good. And of course we need to add some top on here, so I'm gonna edit this, create a top. So the top, we're going to put it at 25, and then here we could put under stone. So I'm gonna use this and then set it on top of this plane, and then just basically copy everything because that's the top. We could use this pick line so that we don't need to recreate that anymore in terms of just selecting the lines that we need to copy. And then if you go here, it's right on top basically. So now I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna quickly add something right here in order for it to look proper. I'm just going to edit in place, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a voids sweep, tick path, and I'm just going to quickly select this path right here and right here. Here it shouldn't be single, it should be extended like that. And then once you're done, just click right there and edit profile. What I usually do is add something like that. Height is around 100 and this one around 50, and click finish, and then finish again, and then cut geometry. And that's the kitchen for that one. I believe that's good enough. We're not gonna go completely in depth on this. I believe this is good enough to just add this one right here. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add the um, curtain wall right here, or the windows. So I'm gonna click on wall and then go to drop down, select curtain wall, and add all the way right here. Flip it by clicking on the space bar because we want it from the inside like that. And what I want to do is just add it all the way like here, I think that's good enough to put some sun right here. And then what we're gonna do is click on modify, select cut, and then select the wall first and then the curtain wall. And now this will be cut like that. And obviously we need to pull it up a little bit. What I'm gonna do actually is to single out everything. That means that I'm going to add a curtain wall right here and then a different curtain wall onto this area because it has different heights and I don't want to put everything on a single height. So that's why I'm gonna do this. Got geometry right there and then got geometry right here. And then let's go to 3D. And then obviously here we're gonna pull it up. So before that, let's pull down all of this. We want it on the same height on all of them. So that's the same height right there. Um, Obviously here, I'm going to pull it up as well. And then here, I'm gonna grab it, grab this arrow right here, and then let's pull it, go all the way up. So I'm just gonna give a different view because I keep on selecting that. So here, just a simple, I'm gonna estimate it like that. And similar here, we're going to align it all the way right there. I want this to be floor to ceiling window. That's why here on this point, I'm gonna pull it down. And then we're going to add another one similar to that, but this is a different one because that's where we're gonna put in a mini window that slides. So like that, and then AL, we want it to be aligned at the top and then right here as well. Not too tall, not too high, like that. And then with that sense, I'm gonna create a curtain grid. So select that, go to architecture and then curtain grid, and we're going to add those divisions right here. So this one can be slide open, and then here we could just give it some depth like that, and then here we could add the midpoint on each and every one of them, and we're just going to add those ones. And it usually snaps when you have the midpoint created like that. I know this is um, too much for the size, so here another curtain grid, I want to put at least around 500 at the top, and then one segment right here. I'm gonna make this one small, so just to make it look realistic. Click on mullion, all grid, but we're gonna change this to 50 by 65. So here we're just simply gonna select all of this, select all of this, and then select this one as well. But on this part, we're gonna delete because this is where we're going to put the glass door. So in this midpoint right here, we need to change that up. So deleted that. Now, next thing is we're just going to insert the door. So that's the curtain door. So load family, go back to main, and then look for door, and then look for curtain wall single glass door. So once you do, click on open, and then it's already loaded. So what you need to do now is to click on tab multiple times. Once you have highlighted one of the panels that you want to change to a door, select that and go to properties and go to drop down and then select this. Do it on the other side. So once it's highlighted only the panel, select that panel and you'll be able to um, change the panel to a glass door. And then the orientation, you need to go back to ground, flip it on the other side and flip it there. So you need to select that door so that you'll be able to flip it around to the correct orientation of the door that you want. Now this one looks really good. We have everything added. At least um, we could show this off when we're doing the rendering as well. So now last thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna add in a roof for this. So click on architecture, click on roof, and then we're in ground. That's fine. So yes, and before we do anything, put it to top of roof. The reason that we started from the ground because we know we can see everything. So now we need to create our roof. Duplicate this. This will be roof number 1. Click OK, edit, change the thickness to 200, and then here we could add in some roof materials. I'm just gonna put some um, metal painted gray or whatever. So this is white. I'm gonna use white. Click OK and then OK, and then now we're good. Because this is rectangle, it's easy for us to just add rectangle like that. But if you notice, there's an angle there that is being created. We want it to be a slope, sorry, a flat roof, not a slope. So make sure to uncheck define slope before you add this, and then let's add it on top of this and then on top of the other one. So click on finish. um, so here the issue with this is we cannot do we can only do it one at a time. So let's just do it right here. As you can see, we have everything like that. So we're gonna select, so just put your mouse arrow right here and then click on tab. It will highlight all the exterior wall. After that, create a top offset of 400 so that you create a parapet. And then we're gonna do it on the other side right here as well. So click on roof, yes, and then we're going to change this to top of roof and then just do it like that. And obviously we're going to put a garage door right there because we need to show that as well. Select that and then click on top offset of 400 right there. So now both of our so this one is done, and then we're gonna focus on this one on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in our curtain grid, and then we also have, we also have curtain walls. Uh, so we have the windows, we have all the doors, and then now we're gonna continue working on this. Um, for now, I want to include the garage door right here. So let's go to insert, load family, and we have doors right here already. So we just need to see where the garage door is. So we need to use this overhead rolling. Click on open, and it's better to look at it at the ground. CM, sorry, this is a system family, so it needs to be DR instead. So DR, that's the door, and then we could just add this door right here. So most of the time we have this um, uh, this garage right here for the car, or for the car wash, and most of the time this is touchless now. So you have this machine that goes around here, you park your cart in the center, and then you have this machine that goes around right here. I'm gonna see it, how it looks, and then obviously we need to put down the height. So I'm gonna put this one around 3800, and then the garage door, so as you can see it's still too big for that, so I'm going to make it 3500, and then we could just leave this one sticking out. Obviously we have some parts at the top there, so we could just leave it like that to make it nice. And then if we want, we could insert some mechanical parts, so we can go to load family, and we could just add some mechanical for architectural side. So we have boilers right here, so that we could add in the in here inside right now. CM on this, we could add both, and then let's go and add it in air conditioner, air terminals, furnace, and then we have heat distribution centers. So we have baseboards, you can use that. We have furnace, so we can put it on the other side. So CM, we could put it right here. So you could basically add multiple components. So I want to put in connectors, we don't need that. General components, condenser, heat pump, tanks. I want to those RTU, so air conditioned, um, condenser. I want the ones that we put RTUs on the top. So sensing unit, we could use this one, and then let's put it on the roof. CM. So we have this one right there to make it look nice. We're just playing around, we're just adding components on the top of the roof to give it some nice realisms. And we could just leave it like that. What I want to do as well is to offset those. I'm gonna select that, visible in project, and then we're just going to offset this, probably 200, and I think that's good enough. Then you could change different sizes if you want, and then we could insert more different kinds. And then here you could just change it 21 just to spice it up. And then there. So at least everything looks nice. And of course we have a lot of pumps and then tanks. We could add something like this on the rooftop. So CM, we have a tank right here, and then we could add more right here because we need it for we need water supplies there for, of course, for the um, car wash machine. So after this, let's go back to ground. I want to add curtain wall onto this side. So I'm gonna basically add that one here, and then go to modify, cut geometry, and then cut it. So you need to select the wall and then the curtain wall after. Go to 3D, and I want to make sure that it's the same height right here. And then I'm just going to pull it up a little. We don't need it to be floor to ceiling because it's just for views. And let's go to architecture and then add curtain grids. And I'm just gonna simply snap it in the middle and then snap everything in the middle as well. So as you can see, it snaps. Something like that, and then put at least 500 at the top. And then after that, click mullion, all grids, and then just add it like that. And as you can see, that looks good. I'm happy with that. And we're gonna add in some stuff right here outside. I'm thinking of adding some walls right here. We don't need it, but let's add it instead. Also, I'm going to add an exit door as well here. I'm thinking of not a double door, but if this is what we only have, that it's fine as well. So I'm just gonna select that and then CS and add a door right here, an exit door right there. And we could add a curtain wall here, a window. That's fine. Go to modify, cut geometry. Then let's look at it and let's add in. So here we could just pull it up as well. Similar to this, we don't need it to be. So align it and grab the same height there. And then add in curtain grids first. So 500 at the top, and then snap it in the midpoint. And then after that, mullion, add in. So this is becoming really good. I'm happy with the way everything looks and the way we're adding everything. I believe the floor for the outside needs to be added in order for you guys to see how it looks. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna add in more information. Um, so I'm going to add floor, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 2, and we will have this one as precast. And basically we're going to put it below the ground. So height offset -200 from the ground. So I'm going to have to add this one all the way to A1 up to G8. And we could actually extend it a little bit more because we have some space. I want to extend it around 18,000. So I'm going to put this one right there and move this temporary grids 18,000. So I know it's really big, but that's fine. And then here I'm going to extend this around 5,000 from here. There we go. So 5,000 all the way up, and let's just leave it like this and then click finish. And as you can see, it's on top of this. So that's our site area. At the same time, we're going to add another floor. I'm gonna put in the grass part of this. So what we can do is I'm actually going to add the grass, and then we're also going to add in some probably a sweep around it. So what I'm gonna do is let's go and click on floor again, edit, duplicate. This will be floor number 3, and then this one should be grass. Pull it up like that, apply OK, and then OK again. And then here we shouldn't have any. And then now we're going to design this one. So I'm gonna use this one. So we're going to put this right here. So we're going to give it some curves. So I'm gonna cut like that, and then I have this first right here, straight, and then we're gonna curve this again. So we have an exit area for this. And we can pull this one a little bit like that so that we could just make it straight, or we could just curve it a little bit. After that, curve it again, and we will have some trees in front of this, like some bushes only, and we could just have this one like that. This will be the exit. So we could connect this one with the shape, probably like that. And we're just going to give this one some angle, and then this one we could pull it and give it like that. We could pull this one a little bit more. There we go. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. And then here we could pull this one right here, and then we can pick this and then trim this out, trim this out. And if we see it, it will look like that. And of course, we're going to add in around here. So don't worry about it. We're going to make sure to add those. So we're going to add the same floor, CS. And we're going to add the exit right here. So we need to maintain this. And then around here. We're just going back and forth. That's why you'll see that this is something like that. And then pull this. And then we're going to put in the garage, the garbage area right here. So that's why we have something like that. And let's not forget to give this one more space. And to give this all curve. I'm going to put this one as we have sometimes have those flat tires, so we could add in somewhere to fill out our tires. And I'm just giving this some good and then here we could just add something like that, go all around here for sure, all the way right here. And then the sidewalk as well, we need to give it some space. So I'm gonna give it like this. We're going to add another right there. something like that. I want my entrance to be right here. So in terms of entrance, this one is around 2000 for sure. Needs to be 2000. But it needs to be from the outside. So we need some space right here. Outside. So we need some space to give it more. Something like that. And then of course we need to curve this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, for example, just do this right here and then fill this up. Press L on this, TR on this. So that's how easy it is. And then of course we need to have this connected. There we go. Pick all of this and then TR, trim and extend. And then obviously we need something right here in between. This is an exit, a form of exit as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push this a little bit. And then here we could just add. So we have an exit here. Because obviously sometimes you need to exit. This one is too far away. So what I usually do is just give it the room that it needs. So it needed this part right here. And then that's where I curve it. And obviously we need to extend this right there. And then now I need to connect them all together. There we go. I think that's good enough. This one we need to give it a little bit more of a fine tuning. There we go. I think that's good enough. And then we need to edit this one a little bit. We need to delete this. Give this one a nice not too much of an angle. I think that's good enough. Not overpowering, but good enough that you can go around. We could make this nicer. There we go. So if we see it, it's starting to form, and then like I said, we're going to add in something there to go around, and then last, we're going to extend this. Actually, like I said, we need more room in order for our site to look nice, and then we're going to curve this out. Like I said, we have a um, loading area right here as well. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create all of this, especially in the car wash part. We added all the system, mechanical, RTUs, and those water tank. Now we're going to continue working on this, and we're just going to add some materials for this so that we are able to add it in Twinmotion as well. So for this one, I'm going to create, or we're going to add it as aluminum. So okay, and then this one should be a metal material as well. You can choose whatever right here as well to be added. And I just want to double check if we add it there, and then we're going to add it on the others as well. Apply that there. I'm just going to copy this because we have something different right here that I just want to add. Same thing, and then here as well. Because it's the same one, different size only. So now that it's done, we're gonna focus again with adding all of this. So I'm gonna go back to ground, and then now we're going to focus on adding something in here. For this one, I want to kind of edit this one a little bit because I want it to be something right here. So I'm gonna move this all the way at the top right here, and I want it to be like that. So it looks much better. So they could still exit right here if they want to, and they could go all the way there. we go. And here they could exit. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna insert something for the garage or the garbage. So let's go to site, and then we have some parking utilities right here. So we could use those ones as well. And then we have some accessories like bag stand. We have bollards that we're gonna use for sure, a dumpster, and those kind of stuff. So trash can as well. So dumpster, let's open that CM, and then let's add this two dumpster right here, and we want to see how it looks, and that's specifically for that area right there, and we have enough space for that there. After that, let's now do this as well, CS, and same thing, we're going to add the grass along right here, and we want to make sure that we add similar to this. So I'm going to have this one right here, and don't worry, we're going to align this one onto this side, and we're going to add in obviously like that here, and we're gonna curve it off. So we're going to have an exit right here, something like that, and then we're gonna connect it from this. So of course we're gonna curve it, we're gonna make it nice, and here we are going to align this one into the building, and then right here as well. You could trim this out, and this one we could have something right here, and something right here as well before the loading area, and then obviously we're gonna curve those and connect them all together. For this one, let's curve this now. We could use this one as well, and then here we could just trim this out, delete this, and then at least give this one some character right here. So I'm just going to create that right there. And then give it, so we could trim this out. Do this like that. And then delete this. And slant it a little bit. Trim it after, and then use fillet arc to make it nice. So we have something like that, and then here we curve it a little bit to connect everything. So something like that. And then obviously we're going to add somewhere right here. And then fillet art this on the corners. Want to be consistent with amount of art there. And then here as well. We're gonna give it, so I'm gonna delete this, and then we could fillet art this all. Let's give it some space right here because we're going to add in something there. You know what, I'm gonna give it more space. I believe that we're gonna need more space there for sure. And then we could trim and extend right here, and then we could just use this like that, trim and extend. Something like that. Then we trim and extend right here, and we need to give this one the same separation. So I'm gonna add 2 lines right here, and then 2 lines on this side as well. So align it, because that's 2000, and then let's align right here as well. And then copy CO, and then add 2000 here. Let's trim and extend. Trim and extend right here, and then SL right here, SL right here. Trim here, trim here. So now this is deleted. We don't need that. Trim here as well, or just delete this. Here, delete it, and then just trim and extend TR on that. So now click on finish, and that looks good. Edit this part as well. We just need to add the 2 lines, AL, make everything align, and then SL on that. SL on this side and this side, and then both of them just trim it. And then click on finish, and if you see it, it will look like this. And obviously we're gonna add in different kinds of something right here for the sidewalk. and then we have the floor right here, and then we're going to have a floor right here as well. So what I'm planning to do is maybe I'm just gonna extend the floor for the first. So I'm gonna edit that boundary, and then I'm just going to push it all the way right here. Push it a little bit right here. I think that's good enough. And then click on finish. If you see it now, that will look nice there. So we have something that looks like that, extended, and then we have something there for the truck. And then for the sidewalk, let's add in another floor. Edit, duplicate, and then here another concrete. And then here what we're gonna do is we're going to just add this concrete right here. And then here you could just create something like this. And then trim this off. So that's one there. This one as well. Delete this. You trim this out and connect them all together. Trim it right here. Delete the pieces. So that's good on this side. And we just need to wash it on this side. And then click finish and look at it at 3D. So it's looking good. Everything is working out. We just need to add in the separation right here, and that will look really good. So I'm just gonna space this out properly. And little by little we're adding all this information. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in more information like the parking. So parking, we have the curves right here, and then we also have those symbols. So pavement stripes, we can add those. So CM, pavement stripe, we're gonna add that. So see VG first, site, so that one's good. So that means we just need to put this one on top. So that's why it's not showing. I want to see in 3D and double check. Maybe I'm not right. So in 0, this one, it's like that, but it needs to be negative 200. So that it's really flat there. So it's not visible right here. So maybe the view range we need to go unlimited, and then now it's showing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add some pavement. So I'm gonna space it out around 2800. So depending on where you are, it differs on the spacing that you need to do on your site. So copy, I'm gonna put 28, and then here we're gonna skip because this is, so 28 again, and then here we could put in those um, those ADA symbols. CN. So same thing here. If it's negative 200, we need to put it to negative 200 as well, so that it's not flying on top. And then we have this one as well on this side. We need to add 28 as well. So that's 28, copy, and just add it. And then you need to give something right here as well, CS parking there. And let's look for more. Open CM on that. We just need it right here. And let's look at it on how it is being shown. So this is just 2D, so it's not actually gonna show, but that's fine. Let's go to insert again, load family, and let's see other signs that we could use. So that's good enough for me. At least our sign is right there. It could be accessible. And also what we can do is we can switch this part now actually. Why? Because of course it needs to be closer. There we go. So that's fine, much better looking. This will be loading. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were working on the site. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add all of this around here, some of the gutters. So what I'm gonna do next is to go to my model in place, and it will be another generic model. Press OK, and then we're gonna check, or we're gonna click on sweep, and we're gonna pick path, and here we're gonna pick the path right above, right there. So all throughout here we're gonna create anything that we could see. So here we have this part. Good. So what I'm gonna do is click finish, and edit profile, and we need to change this to a concrete material. So I'm gonna choose one of this, apply OK, and then in terms of what it looks, I'm just gonna make it like this. So just a simple 200, and then here around, let's make this one 100. And if we click finish and then finish again, that will look like that. So it's basically surrounded with that. We're also going to put it all around right here. So might as well, let's add it on this side as well. So I'm going to edit the sweep. I'm going to pick the path and let's include all of this at the back right here and around. I just want to add everything so that you don't need to do it. So we're just selecting all of the 3D faces line on this side and all throughout this model. And then by doing this, it will look really nice, and this will provide a nicer um, look if you notice this. And then we're gonna do it again, another sweep, pick path, and let's do somewhere right here. So it's just a simple 100 by 200. Edit profile. If it's up to you if you want to give it some curve, but for me, I'm just satisfied with this one. So that's what we're going to do all throughout here. And then let's do it on this side as well. Select the sweep, pick path, and select everything like that. And then I believe for this part, we are good. We just need to create a profile. 200, and then this one should be 100 only. And then click finish, and then finish. And then obviously we're going to do it on this side. Let's finish this first because this is by itself only. So might as well just create that sweep right there. Obviously we're not going to put the one at the back. And then here, I'm going to put 100, click finish, and then finish all of that. And then obviously lastly, we're going to add it on the side. So we're going to create sweep, pick path, and let's add the one at the top again to make it consistent with all of them. And it's easy now because we already created the border lines and all of those lines. So we're just basically selecting them now and then make sure that everything is selected so that everything is covered properly. And it's just similar to what we have there. Here on this area, we just need to pull it up and put it on that last part there. We don't need to add that part. So here is just saying continue. We need to know what it is because we have an error and we need to know where it is located. It's either we press or we selected something that is not shouldn't be selected, probably around here. We want to make sure that we selected everything. Looks like we're good, but it's not giving us to finish it. So I'm gonna click again. More than one loop not allowed. So basically selected maybe twice of this. So we just want to make sure, and it's not giving us. So probably on the first, let's see this. I'm just making sure that everything is. Because I clearly just press once, but I might be wrong. So I double check that right there. Maybe on this part is the one that's giving us error. So maybe one of the things that we selected is overlapping, and that will clearly would give some error right there. So it looks like everything is good on this part. The next thing I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna delete this part right here. Let's see if that is the one. So it looks like that is the one that is giving us some error. I'm gonna pick path again and do it. More than one loop. So one of this is giving us some error. So I'm gonna trim and extend. I'm gonna try and extend. Let's try and extend this one. The only thing is it's not showing us the error. So that's why it's so I found the issue and it's this one. So basically this one is not all the way, so that's why it's giving me the error. So now I'm gonna select, I'm gonna create this profile now, edit profile, and then let's do it again. So you want to make sure that everything is connected, and that part is the one that wasn't connected, so that's why it's giving us error. So that's looking good now. We have everything added. And then I actually want to add or to add something under this ground. So I want to extend this. For sure it's gonna give some error. So I'm here to just do that and then edit this boundary right here as well. And at the same time, I'm going to add some some connection right here because I want to add a bike. So here we have a bike stand SL TR on that. And because of that, we need to edit this one as well. So we could just use this and then SL on that. And then here, I'm gonna edit this boundary right here so that this is connected. I'm gonna align this AL and then SL on here and then trim. And then obviously we need to modify this one as well. Take this and then trim this. And then SL as well to trim this one. And if we see it, it will look like that. And then obviously we're going to add in, so we're going to insert something for the side and then bike stand CM and then add the bike stand right there. We need to extend this one a little bit. I think that's good enough. The size for that right there. And then in Twinmotion, we're gonna basically add some bikes there. We need to, this one is good enough, at least it already comes with some materials there, so I'm good enough there. And then here, what we can do is maybe we could just slant this or just leave it like that. I think that's good enough. Then we're gonna add in some bushes there, here, and then probably some big trees here, small trees right here in front, and then some scrubs. And then also, why not add some park bench right here, CM, and we could just add something right here that people can sit on. Load family again. Obviously we're gonna add bollards later on, so that is good. And then trash can, we're gonna add this CM. We're going to add it right here beside And then here as well, we could add it in front. So we're just basically little by little, we're trying to rotate this, trying to make this realistic, adding small details. And then if you see this looks good. I think the trash can is good look. And all of this as well. And then let's start adding here as well. So what I'm gonna do is we're going to add what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use my model in place and then generic model. I'm gonna make an extrusion and we're gonna change this to a concrete first. So anything concrete, and then after that we're going to add in right here. So we're going to add a post right here. So this post, we want it to be around 1000 by 1000. And then we're going to move this all the way to this corner, copy this multiple, and then copy it right here in this corner where the grid line is in the middle, and then copy it again. We want it to be copied right here as well. So that's the start. Obviously we're going to add in between here, so copy, and we're going to just get around the midpoint right here. So if we do this, I want to get the midpoint. I just want to see, this is 7900. I'm just gonna move it a little bit at the top, so at least this one is good. Click on finish, and we're gonna pull it up. If we go to our south elevation, and obviously that part we can change it, so we might make this one smaller. So I just pull it up all the way to the 5000. So that is the height that we set for the canopy. So that's the canopy height. And then after that, we're gonna add in the canopy, and then we have a base here. We need to circle this out because we need to protect all of this. So I'm just gonna click on finish. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 8 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish up the site. As you can see, we added the gutter and we started with this. Now we're going to continue working on the poles. So I'm going to go to ground, and what I'm going to do is actually going to edit them. I want them to be around 300 by 300 instead, not 1000, because that's too much. So I'm going to make this 300 by 300, and I want to make sure that, so that's good. With that, I'm going to delete this and then just add them afterwards. This one should be going right here, and then in the midpoint, so we're gonna put this one, and then this should be moved right here under grid line G, and this one grid line C, and we're gonna copy this and then put it right here. And then after that, we're going to put something in the middle. So I'm gonna estimate it around there, here. So if we want to double check, around 11.9, and then here around 11.9. So here you put it. So double check here again, 11.9. So here it's 12.52. So we're going to just move this one right about here, and that's good enough. That's on grid line E. And then after that, we're gonna put one in the middle. So copy, extend this around 5,000, and then this one as well around 5,000. So copy this around 5,000. So we have double those support. And what I want to do after that is just move this a little bit on the right side, so around probably 1500, and that's goes here as well, 1500 for this one. And then let's click on finish and make sure to put it all the way to 5,000, because that's our line for our roof or our canopy. So here up to 5,000 canopy. And then obviously after this, we click on finish, and we could add in our canopy, so the roof. So we could just click on edit here again. I just want to double check that I put a concrete there. Okay, so that's good. Now I want to add an extrusion, and this one should be a different material. So I want to make sure that we're putting a different material right here. So that one is already used. This one, I'm gonna use this one. And then here, I'm gonna put it in the canopy. So I'm gonna double click here, and that's the thing that I don't like, is it's not visible when you're putting it right here. So I'm gonna set, so I'm still gonna go to ground. I'm gonna set it instead here, I'm gonna set it to canopy. So it's going to be on top of it. And then the extrusion is 200. And then after that, we just need to click on rectangle and then rectangle and then click on C4 up to G6. And then after that, obviously we're going to extend it a little bit more. So right here, I'm gonna set around 3000. And then here as well, around 3000. And then we're gonna click on finish and then see it in 3D. So that's looking good right there. I'm gonna make it thicker, so I'm gonna put 400 instead. And then click finish. And then before we forgot, I'm going to add this vacuum right here. So all of this will be available in part 1 description. So this one can be used right here into this side, and then this one as well on this side. So those are the vacuum after you do your car washing. So here I'm just gonna put this one, rotate it 90 afterwards, and then push it a little bit back right here. And then we could reuse this to have to show our air compressor. So if you get a flat tire, you have something like this right here on this side. So that's looking good. I want to make this one thicker because we're going to put the Shell logo right there. So I'm gonna make it a little bit thicker to show that we have that. And then I want to gauge how big this is, and then so I'm gonna go to insert, load family, and then we're going to check entourage, and then we have a Beetle car right here, and then CM, add the car. So I'm planning to add 1, 2, but as you can see, the spacing is too much. I think we could add more of the station, but it's a overkill basically. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to gauge it right here, and then I'm gonna move it forward. So I'm going to edit this one, edit in place, and then edit extrusion, and we could just move this one a little bit right here so we have enough space. I'm gonna gauge where we're going to put this. This is around 8,000. So I'm going to be roughly putting this to 8,000, and I'm gonna be good with that. 1000, and let's check. So 73 more, and we're good. And then here, I just want to make sure that we have everything. So 149 more. MV to move, 149. And then there we go. Click finish. And what I'm gonna do now is to check the canopy, edit extrusion, and go back to ground so that we could see how it looks. Same thing here. I'm going to put this one at 3000. And then this one as well, 3000. And I think I'm good with that. As you can see, we gauge it from there, and I think the spacing now is much appropriate. You could delete this or just leave it just for view if you want to. We could make this one around maybe 500 for now. And then after that, let's go to architecture, model in place, and then generic model again. Actually, we could just use right here and then just change the material again to another concrete. And then after that, we're going to create the placement where you put the so we're gonna put this one right here. I want it to be around 2000, and I want it to be in midpoint. MV, and then after that, MV to just put it right about here. And then we're gonna grab it, copy, and then just copy it like that, and then copy it again. Make sure multiple is checked so that you don't need to redo it. And for me, 200 is good enough. Thickness right there. And of course, what we're gonna do is we're gonna curve it a little bit more. So for this one, we forgot to, so I'm gonna undo that. So this one, I'm gonna set it to ground. I just want to double check how it looks. So that looks good. It's starting to look good now. And then now we edit. We try to curve it now. So we're going to use fillet arc right here. And we want to maintain around 700 so that everything is consistent. So 700 for how much it will arc. We're gonna take care of that. And then put this one to 700, and then select this again. and then just go back to make it 700. Click finish and finish, and let's look at it. So that's looking good. So next thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna add some bollards. So I'm gonna go to ground, and then here under insert, load family, let's go back to site, and then we have accessory here, and then we have bollard, and I'm gonna add bollard right here, and then CM, and let's add it right about here, and then let's select this, and we want to make sure that this is painted as yellow, so that's correct. And then let's mirror this, so let's look for the midpoint, which is right here. I want to double check the height right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select, right click, select all instant, visible in view, and I'm just gonna offset this to 200, the height of this one, so that everything is on the top of this island. And then after this, let's select all of them again, and then copy CO, and then grab it from that corner or that midpoint, so that we could add it instantly. And then as you can see, we have the bollards added. Other things that we're gonna do is, in terms of the fuel pump, I'd seen a better looking fuel pump, so we're not gonna do that. Also, so once we're in Twinmotion, we are going to add that fuel tank. It's a SketchUp block, so we're gonna add it from there. And also, we're going to separate so we're gonna paint the top, and then the bottom, and then the side as well. So maybe the side only, because the two for the top we already have the similar material that we're gonna use, but for the side we need to change it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna select edit in place. We need to go to edit in place of this, because this is a model in place. So in order for you to use paint, you will need to do that. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna use a material that we haven't used yet. So I'm gonna use this for now, so that I know that we haven't used it yet. So metal, paint green, and obviously this one is going to be white. I just want to differentiate it right now. So that's good right there. We could delete the cars now, we don't need it. So might as well just click on finish and delete both of this. And then probably in the next video we're gonna create the shell logo that goes around here, also the shell icon, and we're gonna go from there. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to set up all of this. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to finish is the one that we have right here, the model that Shell has. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to I'm gonna click this one. We could create this one right here, add it in place, and then after that we need to click on sweep and pick path and select all of this right here. So you wanna select the top edge of this canopy, and then after that, once you finish, you click on finish right here, the check mark, and then click on edit profile. Now we're gonna create our design right here, and I believe we need to give some gap at the top and on the bottom, and maybe we could just click right here in the front. It's going to be easier for us to model this. So I'm just checking the way that it was shown in here, and after that what I'm gonna do is we're going to create something right here. So something like that, and it goes like this. It curves something right here, not too much though, so I'm gonna pull it back, delete this, and then I need to not too much angle. And then here we could just go straight and then trim. So something like this, we could basically change it a little bit more. We could change this to connect it right there and to give it a much smoother transition. So there we go. So we want to make sure that we have a flat surface right here. It's because we're going to use that flat surface so that we could type in the shell name, and then we need to put something around. So I'm gonna click on finish, but before that make sure to change this. So I'm gonna use parking stripe. So I'm gonna use this parking stripe so that it could show what we're created right here, and if we see this, it will look like that. So kind of similar to what Shell has. And then now we need to decide where the location of the shell name will be. So I'm probably going to put it right here because we have an opening here so that they will see which one, and then this one as well. So now we're going to add the shell first so that we could estimate where we're going to put the red marking around. So here I'm gonna create, so click on finish first for this one, and then we're going to model text. Select that model. We're gonna set this, pick a plane, and we're going to choose this plane. And then after that, select that model and then place it there. So don't worry yet. We're going to change the change this. So we're going to edit, duplicate, and then we can put this shell logo or shell. So here we're going to change the font size to around 400. And then the text, we're going to change this to shell, capital SHELL. And then now it's extruded a little bit like that. We could go to right view, and then so that we could see it properly. So something like that. That's basically similar to what I'm seeing in terms of how it looks. The other thing is we need to change this to a different material, and so here we need something metal, and we could just put this one in red. So I'm gonna look for a metal red, and there we go. So that's looking good. What we're gonna do next is we're going to add another one. So I'm gonna copy, and then here I'm going to pick new, and then put it right here, and then click there and place it to the location that we want. So I'm basically just moving it with my arrow key. So we have shell there. I think it's better to just put it right here on this side. There we go. I think that's good enough. We can make it a little bit smaller, so 350. And then the extruded size is 150. I think that's good enough as well. There we go. And then after that, we're going to add in another thing. This will be the ring around here. So I'm gonna copy this because this is the material that we're gonna use as well. And then I'm gonna select this one again, model in place, and then we're gonna use another sweep. So I'm gonna select the sweep right here, pick path, I'm gonna use this edge right here, and then we're not going to put anything onto this side. So we need to break it here and then pick another edge. I'm planning to slice this. So split element. And another. So split and one doesn't work right here. So I'm just going to add one more of that. So basically we just need it up to here, but we want another one similar to this one, but we need to overlap it again. But after I add this, it's not showing afterwards. So I'm gonna go to this side, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy it, so basically overlapping it. So actually, in order for us to just do this properly, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to do it like this and then add that 2 extra, because it's not making us a clean sweep like this. And if you notice, actually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete one because there's a breakage, so it only can do one loop, so you need to do it twice basically. I'm gonna pull it like this, and then after that I'm gonna click finish, edit profile. Let's look at it right here. Instead of parking stripe, add the red one, and then I'm going to click right here so that I can model it properly, and then here I'll basically add something like this, and I believe it's curved, so I'm just gonna curve this by using this and then delete this. Click finish. So I'm gonna copy this for 80, and then I'm gonna make sure to know the dimensions. So 80 by 60, it is, so I'm gonna push this, so 80 right here, and then 80 as well, and then 60, and then here we need to give it, I think, 60 as well. So we want to maintain that, and then click finish, and then finish. I want to see, or I want to do it on the other side as well. So now create another sweep, pick path. I'm gonna choose this one first, and then this one. The reason that I choose that is because whatever you choose first, it will create this one right here, and I want it to be here so that I could easily see it properly. I'm not going to be bothered with that. So now we could extend this a little bit more later on, and then here we're going to click this right now, and then click finish, edit, and then create the 80 by 60. We want to make sure that this one was 80, and then 80 again, and then this one is 60, and then 60 as well. And then delete this, and then make sure everything is correct, and click finish, and then double check if you need a little bit more of gap. I think here it's good. We need to extend this part, and then here we need to move it. So edit sweep, pick path, and then here we need to pull it up to here only. There we go. Just a little bit more, and I believe that's good enough. And then here it's good, and then we need to put this one a little bit. There we go. So now this one looks like what we're seeing in shell. And then before we finish, I'm going to add in also the fire extinguisher. I want to make sure that you guys will able to download all of this. Just check part 1 description. So there will be a third link there. So it will come all with all of that. So here I'm just going to add this one. So we're going to put this one right here, and then we're going to place it beside the post. So I'm gonna copy this and then add it. So maybe I'll just copy it first and then add it on here in this side as well, and then double check the height, I think the height is good enough. Maybe we could offset it a little bit. So maybe around 400 more. Okay. And then after that, select this one right here, copy, and then add it on all of here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the one that we have right here. The only thing that I want to do now is just add this one as well. So I'm gonna add the garbage can right here, or trash can, and I'm gonna put it on the other side as well. And after this, I want to make sure that to add, so I'm going to put this one 200 from the top, and move it a little bit more, so we could put this one at 400. That's good enough. And then make sure to give it some space, and then copy, because I want to add the fuel pump station right here. So we're going to add that once we're in Twinmotion, because I found a better looking pump instead of us creating it. So we have this one right here. We have the fire extinguisher. And then after this, what I want to do is I want to add the yellow, or the logo here as well. So I believe we use paint stripe right here. So parking stripe. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add it on this side as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on model in place, generic model. This will be model number 7, and then we're gonna do a pick path, and then we're gonna choose the 3D right here, and then we're gonna do it around the building, and then we want to make sure that every gap so it's covered. So that's why we need to click on TR, so trim and extend, and then here click on finish, edit profile, and then we need to use the parking stripe material, because we're going to add a rectangle here, and I'm just going to make it like this one. It's going to be flat because it's just the logo around here. So I'm gonna use paint stripe. I want to 80 by 800, and then click finish, and then finish again. So once that is done, we're going to add, of course, the one that we added here I'm just going to use the anodized aluminum red material, and then we can select this again and edit in place. Same idea, it's going to be a sweep. It will be sweep around here, so we're going to use the bottom to add this one right here. Click on finish, edit profile, and we're going to add somewhere right here. This one we could do 50 by 120, and then it's based from right here, so around 80. So 80, 120, and then this is 50. So click on finish. Before that, let's add the material and then click finish. And definitely we're going to add somewhere right here as well. We're gonna fix this and then click finish again right here. And of course we need to add the shell, so CS on this, or we could just do is go to architecture, click on model text, and then add it right here. What we can do is, select that again, set it, pick a plane, and then we're gonna choose this plane. To add it right here. So unfortunately this one is going backward, so we just need to basically set this on again. We can select this if this is giving us some problem, and then we could just move it onto here, and then here we could basically change the text size. So we're gonna duplicate this again, and this one we can do 250 or 200. And then the material, same thing. And then we could just change the text now. So click here, and then capital shell select. And we want to make sure it's going in the middle. Then I'm happy with that. We need to do the same thing right here as well. So we could do edit in place. I'm gonna use paint stripe, but we need to create again another sweep, and then pick path, select here, and then trim it. And then once you're done, click finish, edit profile, and create the same thing that we did on that side, or on the, so this one is 800 and this one is 80. Click finish and then finish again. This one should be parking stripe. And then here we need to click on finish first because I'm going to select this one and change this to 3000. I think that's better. It's not protruding upwards. And then once you do, you just need to select this again, edit in place, and do the same thing. So we need to click on sweep, pick path. We're going to add it onto the bottom. And then after that, once you do, we need to click on finish again and then click on edit. This one we need to make it 50 here. This one should be around 80, and then this one is 80 as well. And then I believe that's good. Click on finish. I'm just gonna double check what we did. I want to make sure that we did it correctly. This is 120. Okay, so we just need to change it to 120. Select that, edit sweep, select that again, select here, edit profile, and then here we just need to 120. And then same goes car wash. So what we could do is CS probably on this, or we could just copy, put it right here, select this one, pick path, and then we could select this one. We could put shell there just to give it something there, and then car wash right here. Car wash right there, and that looks good. We can add one more right here. We could just add the shell right here. And then car wash on the other side. Pick path. And there we go. And then obviously we need to add some shell there. Pick path. And then maybe we could copy more of this just to add some right here on this side. and maybe on those sides as well. That looks good. Everything is working out fine. I'm going to go to insert again, load family, and maybe there is some arrows. This is ADA. We could use this arrow. I want to try this one. CM. I'm gonna rotate this. And then load more. Straight. And we could use this one as well. CM. And then the straight. CM right here. And I want to see how it looks. So it's kinda on top. So offset from host minus 200. I want to see how it looks. So this one needs to be negative 200. You want to make sure that everything is. So edit host. This one is 200. Not sure how it got placed there though. This one was ground. So I'm gonna try and add this again. But ground. Delete this one. Negative 200. And then delete this. Negative 200. rotate this one. Or we could just put this one instead. CS. So people can see that you can turn right here or go straight. And then here it's easier. So because this is -200, we're placing it into the proper height. And then I'm just going to CM. I want to check the one that is turning right here. Then I'm just gonna turn it around. And of course we could add this one right here. And then the trick is you need to place it to an angle and it will change for you. So this one, I'm gonna put it ground. So for some reason it flips to the second floor. So I believe this one is good. So we're just giving it some space right here so that we know where to go, and the arrow will help that. So we're gonna stop here for now, continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add all of this, and we're gonna finish off also with this. I'm gonna add the same one onto this side. So right here, we could add it, and also right here. And I'm good with this. I believe I'm happy with the way this one looks. We want to make sure that this is in the proper height. It's not overlapping. It's not above as well. what I want to do now is to clean up the site. So in site plan, most of the time you remove all of this. So VG, not remove, but hide it. So we hide the grid line. So G here, uncheck this one. In model section, we need to remove as well or hide. So I'm gonna put section right here. S, uncheck that one. Apply, and then anything else that we could undo. And also we need to turn on the shadow. So it's basically 45-degree shadow. And then what we can do after that is even the elevation tag. So VG, go to annotation, type E, and then uncheck elevation. So here we could extend this one a little bit more. So edit boundary. And then here, align this one on this side. Because we need to put in the text. So the street name. So we're going to add a text right here. So for example, Jupiter Street. And then obviously you need to make it bigger. So let's see how big we need to make it. So around 8 millimeters, Jupiter Street, and then CS on that. We could put in Mars Avenue, and then rotate this one. Keep it, and then just move it onto this side. So little by little, we're adding more information into our building. It's basically a top view of the street. You could put in the text. So 2.5 for that. We have the outdoor garbage storage, and then what you need to turn on is all of this. You want to make sure that nothing will be hidden, so that's why you're giving it some space right here for the text. And then after that, select that text and then click so that it gives you the arrow. I'm gonna choose a different one, so I'm gonna choose filled 15 degrees and then click apply. So I'd rather have that one. And then here we could give it a little bit of like that, nudging, and then we could add one more for this part, and then join them all together like that. So that looks nice. Here we have, select that CS. We have, what I usually do is I like it to be aligned. So car wash opening, and then select that again, and then you just need to pull it all the way there so that everybody can see. We also have vacuum here. So we have a vacuum station right here, and then also we have a pump station. And I believe that's good enough information. We could put um, convenience store right here on this side, so we can put that. And then after that, instead of the other one, you put it on this side. And then what we could do as well is you could add in an annotate. You could put in maybe hidden, and then we could add in where the tank is. So you can basically add something like that, the placement of the tank. You can fillet this one, so fillet arc onto this 800, 1800, and we just need to change this. Select that by clicking on tab, copy, and then add another one. So different tag, copy this, we could add two here, underground tank, copy that. You can move this one right here, and then select that as well, and then move it on this side. We can add in more information. We could add this one, loading area, and then another car wash opening right here. All the way to this, and then loading area for this one. You can add in a detailed line. I'm gonna use thin line for this, and you could basically give a rough idea of how big it needs to be for the truck, and then you put in this kind of information. And then sometimes we put information here as well. Convenience store. So 300 square meter. And then obviously you want to make it small enough. Just like that. And then obviously you're gonna put in, you can let them know there's a bike rack here. There we go. Then also we have a canopy here. I know it's being shown already, but at least you know in site plan you basically add all the information. And then here as well, car wash. So that's good enough for the site plan. So, and also we're going to add all the trees and bushes as well. Canopy in Twinmotion. So that's why I'm not adding anything right here because of that. Also, what we can do is we could go to manage, and I want to create a starting view. I want the starting view, so I'm gonna go to ground again, and we're going to create a camera view. I want my camera view to be looking right here because I want, or maybe on this side. So I want everything to show, like the car wash and everything. So might as well add all of this view right here. I know it's not visible yet, but at least not too wide though. I'm going to change it to fine and then maybe shade it, so a realistic color. And then after this, I'm gonna check if shadow, I think good enough. And then here we can go and change graphic display. It's already realistic. I'm gonna set the background to gradient because I like the way it looks. So I want this one to be my starting view. So every time I open this project, this will be my starting view. So this is called 3D view number 1. It is located right here under the 3D. So we have the 3D, which is the one that we usually move. But now if you go to manage and if you click starting view, you wanna choose this one. So every time we open it, this will be the view that we're seeing. So I'm gonna move this one a little bit more, and I like the way it looks. In Twinmotion, we're gonna add in buildings at the back, and also it will look nicer because we're gonna have some cars right here as well, and then obviously the bushes and the trees that we're gonna add directly here. And here we're going to add some, for example, some grass and then the bike, and everything will look nice. So after this, let's go back to ground. So at least we prepared the site plan already. Another thing we need to do is just uncheck this, apply, and once we bring this one to the sheet, that's what we're gonna do on the next video. Is we're gonna create the sheets and we're gonna place all the views right here. Also, before we finish here, probably going to add, so let's go to 3D view and let's add one of the blocks is the square, this one, spotlight square base. So I'm gonna add it here because we need to add, so I'm gonna add it right here, and see how it looks in ceiling plan. So in canopy, in ground, and unfortunately it's not showing. So let's check right here if it's showing. The fire extinguisher is showing. So at least we have it right here, and we'll be able to add all of this so that we have light. So now that we added the lighting, what I'm planning to do is, so we have it there. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to here and go to section box, and then we're going to pull this one up so everything will disappear. Only you can manage and change right here. So here what we can do is edit this one. I believe we can make this one bigger, so I'm going to edit family, and what you can do now is, so extrusion, so reference level. So I basically just manually did this, so I believe we need to make this one big. So instead right here I'm going to put 60. So 60 on each side. And you can just manually do this. If you want to be accurate, which we want to, what we can do is RP. So RP, add this one right here and there. Make sure this is all RP again, and then you want to make sure to add this one right here, and then equal, and then add this one right here, and then equal, and then here we could just add this. Now you need to expand this, expand this one, and then here what we can do now is add the same thing. So RP again, RP, needs to be inside. I'm gonna set this tone is around 15 or 10. And then you need to basically lock it. And then I believe we did this, this one, and then we need to do this as well. And then here we just need to lock it there. so it won't go anywhere. And then now what you need to do is select this. You can put instant length, and then the other one is width. Make it instant. And then you load it. Yes. Yes. And then override. Save project, and then now this one can be bigger if you want to. So I'm going to make it around 600 by 600. So a lot bigger. And then rather than you doing that, I'm gonna just provide this one. So I'm gonna copy this, around 3,500 each. And then copy it, CO, $3,500. This one can be 52. And then 3,500. I think that's good enough. And then what we can do is we could just uncheck sections, scope box, and our lighting will be placed there. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to clean up the site plan so that it's ready for the sheet, and also we added the lights. Now what I'm gonna do is we're gonna create the signage, and also we're going to add the numbering right here on top. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to one of the south elevation. Actually it should be east, or actually south. Let me double check. So this is where it will be placed. I'm gonna put this one right here, so it will be placed right here and then also on this side. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this, edit in place, create an extrusion, make a plane, and we're gonna select this plane right here. After we selected that, we're going to create an extrusion, so don't worry about it yet. We could edit this one later on. So this one, let's offset this to 50, and then put this one right there. In terms of the size, this is around, let's make it 500. I'm gonna delete this first, and then this one is around, make it 1500, and then offset this one again to 50. going inside by clicking on spacebar and selecting the both ends, and then click on this one needs to be something white, so I'm going to use gypsum wallboard and I'm going to duplicate that. So I'm gonna click apply, OK, and then after that click on finish. After this, another extrusion, pick a plane. We're gonna select this plane. This one should be the, so we're going to put this one right here. This is the yellow part, so we need parking stripes. Apply and then click finish. Let's double check that one, and then we need to just extrude it on the proper side. So I'm gonna click it right here and then click it on this side, and then after that move this one like that, and I want it to extrude it a little bit similar to the one that I'm checking. So just extrude it a little bit. And I believe that's good enough. And then after that, another extrusion, and then pick a plane, and then this one is the one that the metal, the red metal. Anodize. So anodize red. Click apply and then click finish. And if we go to 3D, I want it to be aligned onto this one, and then align right here. So it's extruded a little bit, and then we're going to put a yellow number here. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to move this onto the other side. So I basically mirror it first and then go to ground. Not sure if this is going to be showing. Let's see if we could show this one with wireframe. So unfortunately it cannot. So what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna select, so I'm gonna hold on control, and then I'm gonna select those ones. Go back to ground, those are selected, and then click on copy, and then I'm just going to select that, uncheck constraint, and then add it there as well. Check 3D if everything is good, and I like it, and then just click finish. So now we're going to create a copy of this. So we're gonna duplicate this one. So copy, select this one, edit type, duplicate. This will be 3. Okay, and then this one is the painting stripe or the parking stripe. Click OK, and then as you can see, this is the look now. I'm going to put this one around 50. So before that, let's pick this one, and then let's select this, and then after that maybe 20 only. Yeah, 20 only. And then after that, we're going to put the numbering. So here, instead right there, I'm going to put in number 1. And then of course we're going to put it onto this part. And then we just need to create a copy multiple times, and then we need to add it. Pick new. This will be number 2. And then we'll get 3 and 4 at the back, and then now 5 and 6. Pick new right there. And then 6, and then 7, 8, and then 9, 10. So we're gonna copy again. This will be 9, and then this one, pick it right here. This will be 10. And then obviously we need to move it a little bit right there so that everything will be good enough. So 1, 2, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9, 10. And then we're going to do it on the other side. So I'm gonna copy this and then pick new. And then let's just add it right here. This will be 3, and then copy multiple, pick 4, this will be 7, and then this will be 8. Then 2 more. This will be 11, and then this will be 12. And that's good with those numberings at the top. Now we're going to create a very simple just a signage. So let's go to ground, and I'm thinking of just adding it on this side, so maybe slanted on this so that people here will be able to see on multiple. So model in place, and then generic model, and then for this one, extrusion, and then let's choose one of the metal materials. Click apply, okay. And then let's just add it on this side. Click finish, and then go to 3D, and then just extrude it. Of course, you can change it whatever you want in terms of size. So around 2000. And then the height and thickness can be changed depending on how you like it. And then I know I have a good model of the shell logo, so I'm gonna put it from Twinmotion part. So I'm just gonna leave it like this, and then I'm happy with that. In terms of height, let's check. So the height is around more than 5,000, so roughly around 6,500 to 7,000. So I'm just gonna leave it like that, and then click finish. I believe I know that I already put in a metal material, so that's fine. So signage there, and then now I just want to maybe turn this around. So this one, I want it to be turned around like that. And then also, if we go to site, we need to add signage right here as well. Then you can put shell signage. And then you can, yeah, or I'm gonna make sure that we have a good logo that we could put there, and then of course the gas amount and those kind of stuff. So this one, we have vacuum here and also vacuum on the other side. So I'm just gonna add this information, vacuum station as well. And extend this one, and then go down. So right there, convenience store, and then we could put this one right here, and then we could put main entrance. So main entrance for that one. And then for the pump station, what I'm gonna do is probably going to move this one on this side, because you cannot block the truck. So I'm probably going to move this one a little bit on this side, and then this one should be around down here. So I'll extend this one on this side. And I want to double check if so this is the same vacuum as well. I couldn't find, or I don't want to create another one just for the pump station. It kind of looks the same anyway, so I just stick with this one and not create anything. So it's similar to the vacuum station. So I'm just gonna stick with this, and this is only for show, and this is good enough for that. And this one looks good. I believe we're ready. We could create the sheets on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 13 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish everything that we want to finish, all the designs and signage and everything. Now we're going to continue working on this, and what I want to accomplish here is to finish all the sheets, add everything, all the views and all that. So now we're in the 3D view that we created. What I want to do first is to go to I believe we need to go to view, and then we need to click on render, or you can type in RR. Right now I'm just gonna do draft. If you want to make a nicer rendering, you can change this to a different modes, like we have medium up to custom and best. So it's up to you. For me, I just want to show this. I want this rendering to be shown in my cover sheet. And also you could add multiple cover sheet if you want, or add different renderings in the cover sheet. So right now I'm just gonna put in draft, and I'm gonna click render. So it will just take a while, especially if it's draft. So depending on your graphics card, it will take a while. And then sometimes it depends on the way you put your lighting and all that. So now it's just saying that it will just render in 20 minutes, which is done already. So it looks rough, but at least it's showing what we need to be shown. So here you can adjust exposure as well, and then you can export and save your projects. If you click on adjust exposure, you can change the darkness or the brightness and all of this. So it's up to you if you want to change this. Once you change it, you can click apply. So depending on the way you change this, so I'm gonna leave it like this. I like the way it looks now. And then highlight. Let's change this manually, and then press OK. And then now I'm just gonna save my projects. So once I save my project, it will be shown right here that I have a rendering, and you can also export this file. So save this, you put in the name, and then just press OK. So I have this one ready there. Next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to sheet right here. So the rendering will be right here. To create a sheet, you select sheets under your project browser, right click on this and then click on new sheet. At the moment we have asymmetric and then none. If you need different kinds of title block, what you can do is you go to your load and then you go to your title block and you have different sizes of paper right here. So you have A0 up to A4 metric. So you just need to download that or load it, and once you click on open, it will be shown right here. For now, I'm gonna use A0 metric and then gonna press OK. So it starts with A101. So this will change depending on how much sheet that we create. If it's A101, what will happen is Revit will recognize the sequencing and it will create number 2 and 3 and so on. So now what I'm gonna do is I want to change this. So here I could double click right here and this will be the owner, so ACD, and then the project name is Shell Gas Station. And then here you can change the name right here or right here. So here I'm gonna put in cover sheet. Like that. And then I'm good with all of this. It's up to you if you're gonna put all of that. And then you could right click multiple or right click right here to create more sheets. And as you can see, the way that I'm adding, everything will be added in sequence after that. So as of now, I'm gonna create 5 or 6. So once I created 5 and 6, I could put this one as my site plan. So as you can see, I'm able to change it right here as well. So you can change it right here or you go to the sheet that you open. After that, I'm gonna put in ground floor, and then we have the 2 elevation, 2 elevation because we're gonna put 2 elevation on one sheet, and then we have actually 4 elevation. And then let's create a section as well. So the good thing about this is we're gonna go to cover sheet and we created the rendering already. So we just need to drag and drop. So here we don't want the title, so we're gonna go here and then click on no title and the title will be gone. You can double click right here and select it again, and then as you can see, you'll be able to increase the size of your rendering. So we could actually make it like this. You put in all the schedules or whatever you want to add here, and then you can just double click again. What I want to add here is the sheet list. So the way to do that is you go to schedule, right click, and then here new sheet list. After this, what you want to add is you want to add the sheet number first, add the parameter. So click right this, and then sheet name, add that parameter again, and then press OK. And then now you created this one. I'm going to change this to drawing list. I don't want a gap here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click here, and I'm going to go to appearance and select uncheck blank row before data. So once that is done, you can see this one. And of course, I want to change different sizes right here. So I'm gonna go back right here, go to appearance, and then the title text is this one. So I want it to be bigger, so 8. The header is this one, so I want it to be 6. And then here, the body text, we can put it at 3.5 or 4. Click OK. And then now you need to go back to cover sheet, and then click right here, and then drag and drop. You'll be able to maximize this size, make it bigger, and as you can see, you have your drawing list right here. What you can also do is so whatever, for example, if you created another sheet, this will be automatic. So the good thing about Revit is everything will be easy for you. You don't need to create that. So once you set up this one, if you, for example, create a new sheet like this, instantly, if you go back to cover, it will be shown as a name and as a new sheet. So I'm just going to delete that. We don't need that one. So let's go now to site plan. So here in the previous video, we basically clean up our site plan. We added information and those kind of stuff. Now we're gonna drop it, but we need to know if the scaling is good. So if it's good enough for the size. So as you can see, it's too big. So what we need to do is we need to go back to site, and then we need to change this to, I think, 1:200. And then once we do, go back to site and then drag it again. And as you can see, it becomes smaller and it will fit on our drawing. So here we have our site, and then we have our title here. What you can do is you can grab this title right here and then press escape. You need to select the view in order for you to change this one. But I don't want just the site. I want site plan right here, but I don't want to change this name. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select right here, and then here this is the view name, but we have a title on sheet. So I want this title on sheet to be site plan. So the good thing about this is it will not change. So site plan. So the good thing about this is it will not change this one, but only the one in the title. So now you have something that looks like that. After this, you need to do is we need to go to ground floor, and then here we could click here and drag it. So we're seeing that this is too big again, so we're gonna undo that. We're gonna go to ground, and then here we could just go and change the scale again. But I don't want my elevation to show, so VG, and then click here, E, and uncheck elevation, click apply, and then OK. So elevation tag is gone. You want to double check your view. Everything is compact. What you can do is you can uncheck this, and then in terms of the grid line, you can extend the grid line so that everything is showing. Extend this one in order for all the information to show properly, and then extend this one as well so that everything is showing properly. Now we just need to go to ground floor, drag and drop, and then right now I don't want the ground floor only, or I don't want just the ground. I want to put ground floor plan. Click apply, press escape multiple times, select this one in order for you to move, select the view again, and then grab this. So there's a sequence on grabbing this one, and then go to elevation now. So here we're gonna try one of the elevation. Let's see how big it is. If we need to make it smaller or bigger. So I think it's good enough size. What we're gonna do is we're gonna change it a little bit. We're gonna change it to fine, and then here we're going to basically extend this one to give it more, and we're basically cleaning it up. Graphic display, I want to change the background to gradient, and then we need to check all of this and then crop the ones that we don't need. I think that's good enough. And then we need to go to north as well, do the same thing. So check all of this and then crop it again, and then crop it at the top so that we could extend this a little bit more, and then make sure this is fine. Go here, graphic display, and then go background, gradient, apply, OK. What you can also do is you can give it some shadow if you want, but that's up to you. And then if you want, you can change it to shaded so that it looks nice with the colors. So we're gonna do that on all of this. We want to make sure that everything is consistent. Shaded, and then go right here, background display, gradient, apply, OK, and then make sure to crop it as well, and then crop it to the ones that you just need. That's good enough, and then you could just crop that back after, and then the west, shaded, background gradient, apply, OK, check all of this, crop this view as well. We don't need too much of that. Click and then apply. So now we just need to go to one of the elevation sheet, drag it right there, and then add this one as well. After that, select elevation again, south, and then west. And as you can see, it looks good. So now, in terms of section, we go to our ground. What I want to do is I want to create a section view. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create section line right here, and then another one section right here. And we have a section right here. This, I believe that the both of this are being used already, so I'm not gonna bother with that. So here I'm just gonna put in fine, shaded as well. And for this one, let's change it a little bit. Go to hidden only, and then crop this. Go up, because we need to double check how much cropping that we need. Clean it up a little bit there. And then after that, number 4, crop it as well. Fine, and then hidden as well. And I believe that's good enough. And then let's just go to section, and then drop that sections there. I don't like the size. I want to make it 1:100 as well. So just go back to those sections. Go back to section sheet, and then drag it again. And that looks good. So now let's print out everything. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna clean it up. There's too much thing open. Just click on your print or your printer, change this to this one is good enough. What you want to do is to select this one right here. Once you select the views, put it back to combine, unless you want everything to be printed out separately. So this is the best one that you can select. Select this one, uncheck views, check all. So you have an option here to save as, so that you can name this as full set. So you can select everything like that. After that, press OK, and then OK, and then here just press OK again. Select it, desktop, and then save. And then save it, and we'll be back once this is printed. So now this is printed done. I'm gonna see how it looks. So we have everything looking good. We have this one as well, and elevation, and then section. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set up the sheets and we added all the views that we need, the floor plans and everything. Now we're gonna continue this now. We need to go to the 3D view. And then while we're here, before we send it to Twinmotion, you want to make sure that you're in fine. And here you could go with hidden line or whatever. For me, I just like it to be like this. And then make sure to save it. Then once you're saved, go to Twinmotion plugin and just simply click on the C in Twinmotion. So let it synchronize, and you want to click on new project and then press OK. It will synchronize again. Just click continue. And then once you're ready, here's your project. So as you can see, we have our project right here and everything looks good. So what we need to do first is save this. So let's go to file and save as. Go to the location that you want to save this, and then I'm just gonna put this one as Shell gas station, and then click on save, and then we're good with that. After this, let's go back to actually burger menu right here. And then we need to sign in to Epic Games so that we can use all the materials from Megascan. And then after this, click right here and let's go to materials first. Let's go and move forward. I usually use glass, two-sided glass, and then place it right here. And you want to change the opacity and then the color, so to something dark like that. And eventually we're going to check this out later on to see if everything is good. So for now, that is nice right there. Go back to materials, and then what we could do is we could go to plastic, and we have this glossy plastic because I know this is very glossy. So I'm going to make this yellow. And then I want to see it in Twinmotion on how it looks. So that looks good. And then we're going to use another glossy materials right here and change this to red. So anything that we change, as you can see, it changed to that color as well. So this one is good as well right there because we set up everything with the same material. So that's looking good. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to make this glossy black. Put it right here and then glossy black like that. And then here another glossy, and then make this one gray. And then change the reflection a little bit. That's too much glossy there. So 70 is good enough. I want to change this to, so I'm gonna select the mullion and maybe show the reflectiveness more, and I want to make it dark, or actually I'm gonna leave it as gray, light gray like that, to change it up a little bit. And then here, what I want is, this is gypsum wall board. What we can do there is maybe we could put in just a white wall covering. I'm going to put satin painted wall, and let's just leave it at white. So that's good enough for me. And then here we could put this in metal. I'm just gonna choose this one right here and change the color to gray. And the reflection, let's change it a little bit, not too much. Here, let's check this one, wood, and then this one we need to turn on metalness, so that's good. We could put in a metal finish here as well if we want to. I like the way this one looks. And then what we could set this one now is we could go to the ceiling, this one right here, and we have something that looks like this. Or I believe I have this one in plastic. I'm gonna use plastic siding because that's how I see when I go to a gas station. That's looking good. And here I'm just going to put our white gloss. So here I'm going to make it just white. And then in terms of scale, it's up to you if you want to make it big or just like that is good enough. And then obviously we need to change this. So I'm gonna select that and then go to material again and click on neon, and then we're going to put neon right there, and then select this one and then metalness on, and then reflection, so that at least you can see the silhouette of that, and then make it a little bit dark. So that's looking good now. And obviously we're going to add a light there going down. And then we're going to add basically cars right here. But we need to be careful adding those. We don't want to overpower anything. So here, glossy black plastic. I'm going to make this one, I think dark is good. Sorry. So this one is good. This one, we need to put this one in red. And then here we need metalness on. And then here, steel, we could make that there, reflective, and then make it dark. So that looks good. I'm happy with that. And then now what we can do is add the materials. So let's go back to materials. We go to ground, man-made, and we need to set all of this right here. So I'm planning to add is this concrete right here. So I'm gonna set that there. So that is good already. I want to change the concrete. Scale it up a little bit like that. And then here we can add this asphalt. So I'm good with that. And that looks good. I'm happy with the way this one looks. Another thing is we need to change this as well. And then the post. Maybe I'm gonna do the post black. And I think that looks good. Not sure if this one looks good or just the white. So maybe I'm just going to put this light color right here. Road 3, and then this one is road 3 as well. Make it lighter. I'm going to change the orientation right here to 90. And I'm happy with that. So at least we have that one right there. I'm thinking of just adding it like this material. I think just white is good enough for this one. Make it shiny. Shiny white. I think that's good enough. I'm gonna leave it like that. So it's not overpowering. And I think I need to drop this a little bit. And as you can see, this is just above there. So what we need to do is we need to go back to Revit. So we need to save this first. Want to make sure to save that. Go right here. And what we need to do is I'm going to go to ground. I'm gonna double check what we've done here. So we have it there. Just gonna undo that so that I don't want to move it. And then add this one right here. And there we go. There's our problem there. So what I'm gonna do now, so I want to see it properly. So the issue with this one is it's looking like that. It's above there. Yeah, it was looking like that there. So now we're going to change all of this. So this is an extrusion. So we're going to pull it down. So that's down now. This one as well. This one as well. So anything that is. So I'm gonna select this. Select similar. And then remove this 200 there. and then this one right here, select similar, or select, and then undo. There's 3 that we don't need to change, and then this one, make it 200 only, and then there we go. And we just need to go back to 3D, save it again, and then click C in Twinmotion, and there we go. We just fix it. Very simple. So after that, we've done this one. I want to check all of this. So I'm gonna do base concrete right here, and then scale it a little bit. I believe this one needs to be metal, and then this one is metal as well. We can change this, and then here give it some reflection, and then like that, and then change this as well to a metal. I think that's good enough. This one is our garbage. I want to change this to glossy, metalness on. This one should be so glossy plastic. So I'm gonna change this to green, and then the reflection, we're just going to dimmer it down. Change this one. This is turned on already. Change it to black, and just leave it like that. This one is, we have still finish ivory. We're going to change this to metal. I want a metal siding. So I'm happy with that. I believe this is the same with the panel, glass panel. So I'm happy with that as well. And then the only thing that I don't like here is the way it is. It has this. So I feel like I need to do something there, but we can just do that later on. Another thing is, this one is flying about. So I believe this is the only one. The other one is good. So this one should be go down. So let's just save this, go back to Revit, and just select this one, -200, and then there we go. And then save it again, and then C in Twinmotion, and then everything is fixed. I want to change this color probably. Polish, we're gonna put red or something, maybe blue. I think that's good enough. And then not sure if we have some cars or truck, like with an oil tanker. So I think this one, it's really good showing off how this one looks. How they, so I'm gonna put that one right there. So at least we have the truck there. And then not sure if we have a garbage truck. Looks like it doesn't, we don't have. Maybe buses we have. And then the truck is there. Construction. Maybe we have dump truck. We have this one, but doesn't look like the one that can attach here and dump all the garbage. So here we can add in a bus at the back. So why not? And then I'm just thinking of, I'm just gonna remove this first, and we could actually use one of the trucks for delivery. So delivery truck, like I told you, this is the loading dock. So we could basically put it there. And that's still looking good. And then we could add some cars right here. We could start adding cars. And of course we need to add cars inside as well. And then add car right here. And then another one right here. So I'm gonna change it up. At least little by little we could add those cars to make it more realistic. This one can be added right here, but before that we need to add in the pump that I was talking to you about, that we have a much better look than if we create it. But we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add this one to Twinmotion. Now we added all the materials, and we also added some trucks and then some cars. Now we're gonna continue working on this. One thing that I want to do next is to insert or import the pump, the fuel pump. So I'm gonna click on import and then click on open and look for your project folder. I'm gonna add this one to part 1 description. So all the things that you will need will be there. So here, what I'm going to do first is the pump. So here, I'm gonna click here and then click on open. So these ones are SketchUp material. So I'm gonna open a scene graph, and here what you can do is right click here and zoom to selection. And as you can see, this one looks good. It has all the shell logo and the different kinds. So I would definitely use this. So what I'm gonna do is right click here and then add to user library. The reason that I'm adding it to my user library, and I'm gonna delete it here, so that it's not based from the location of your import anymore. You can basically delete this now. So if ever you go, or if ever you um, open this to a different um, computer, all of this asset will be still be here. So it's not going to be missing. So here, as you can see, we could add this one right about here, and it looks good. So we could add this one right here, and then obviously we're going to um, put it on others as well. So you need to hold on shift to create a copy, and then we're going to copy this one, press OK, and then go back and then just estimate to put it right on the, I want it to be basically beside the column. And then after that, click on both of the pumps, and then what you need to do is hold on shift again and then add it right here. So you want to make sure that you like the positioning before you move along. And then I'm going to hold on shift again and then add it again. And then let's add right here. So I'm happy with the pump right here. Let's go and import again. So the pump, we need to add that. I'm not sure some of this one, so I'm gonna open this one as well, and let's see. Let's use this one. So this is the one that I was talking to you about. This is the signage. So we can definitely add it so it looks much better. I know we need to scale it down a little bit. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just probably, we could leave it like that or we could scale it down. Depends on you. It looks like if I add something like that, it looks like it's the design. So I'm gonna definitely just put this one like that and show it like this. And as you can see, everything looks good, even showing that there's a car wash here. So I'm basically gonna hold on shift and copy it on the other side, and then rotate this one 180 degrees. And then once you do, we need to just put it in the midpoint again, or middle, and then put this one close enough. And that's good enough for me. It's up to you if you're gonna change this. So I'm gonna leave it like that. And now we could just actually, I'm gonna rename this shell signage. Add to user library. We could just maybe delete this now. If we need it, we have it. So I'm happy with the way it looks. We're gonna add some bushes right here to make it look nicer. And then what we're going to add again, let's add more. So the group is the one that is, I could change this name. So this one would be the signage, shell signage. I believe some of this will be logo. So for example, this one, let's see how it looks. And then I believe zoom it. This one looks good as well. What we could do is we could, yeah, I'm just going to add it to my user library and then delete it afterwards. So the logo is good as well. I think this would be good right here. So I'm just gonna add it. So 180, or sorry, 90 degrees. And I'm just going to add something right there. I know it's too big, but something different. You can even put it like that so that it's not too much protruding. And then I believe we could pull it up so that it's not overpowering right here. And then let's look at others as well. So that's the logo, and then there's this one as well, and then this one, shell. So the shell part is the one, this one. So for me, I'm not gonna put that anymore. So I'm gonna delete that as well. So that was shell. I'm going to check this one. This is another, almost the same thing as this. So the untitled one, it's up to you if you're gonna use that instead, but it's almost the same. So let's go right here again. So untitled, I'm going to change this to pump 2. So it's up to you guys to if you're which one you're gonna choose. And then I believe what else we haven't done yet. I believe this one. This one is too big. I'm not gonna use this for sure, so I'm gonna delete that one. This one is not going to be used. So don't worry, I'm gonna include all of that, so you don't need to worry about or look for this. So it will be included in the part 1 description, and it is probably going to be the third it will be the third link. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add in light. So I'm gonna add light right here, and then I'm going to change this to probably 100. And then click that and add it onto this side as well. So we're going to put this one 3 more times. Move this one a little bit in the middle. And then select all the spotlight. And then hold on shift. So hold on shift and then grab all of that. That's one there. Add it here. Add it there as well. And there. So now everything looks good. And we're going to add lights here as well. Even though we don't have lights, it's just good enough to add it so that once we see it, so once we are rendering it, it will look like there's something there. So 4 more times and then add it there. So everything is lit up. And here as well, let's add some lights right here. Then let's just add more lights here. 2 more times. There we go. Then let's add in more cars. So let's just change this one to red. And then add more vehicles. We could add in bikes right here. So like I said, we have bikes that we can add right here. 90 degrees. Add the bike right in between. And that's good enough. We can add this bike right here, another bike there, and then maybe this bike right here, filling up some gas right there. And then we could add in some cars again onto this side, going or exiting. Change this to maybe a white color. Looks like everything is black, so we're gonna spice it up with different color. Let's do beige right here. There's some white there. And then let's add some car right here. And then some cars right here as well. Onto this side. Let's add a van. Just gonna add it onto this side now. I think that's good enough. One more pickup right here. I want to change this material as well. So let's go to ground, man-made. Let's change this to this one. Change it up like that. This one, let's darken it a little bit. And then here we have grass, so that's fine. What we could do is go right here, ground, nature, I believe same thing, same grass. I think grass number 1 is good enough. I'm happy with that. Let's make this a little bit dark like that. And let's go right here, settings, camera. Well, you want to make sure that parallelism is turned on. And then color gradient. I want blue tint. I always want this one, the way it looks. And then after this, what we can do is I want to see how it looks with a background. So I'm gonna go light, dynamic. I want backdrop HDRI. And of course, this is the one that we have. We could change it up if we want to. So here, what we could do is we can make this one bigger in size. And then project height. And then we can change different backgrounds. So go back right here, HDRI, and then outdoor, and maybe sky is good as well, so we could just maintain it like that. So for example, if of course we need some nice background like a city background, so we need something like that, a rural background. I'm just checking which one are we gonna use. So there's a lot of choices, but we can use this one. So I'm gonna leave it like that. And then let's go back right here as well. We have some here as well. So we could use one of these ones as well. So I'm just gonna wait for those to finish, but we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this gas station. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add more of this imported blocks. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is the background. So you can we could change this. So under light, we did download a couple of background. So instead we're going to use sky, and then we're going to add the background instead. So for example, I have some cloudy right here and then some overcast downloaded already, and then we have some noon cloudy, and then we have couples right here. So we could go more, and then what you need to do is just drag and drop, and then just wait for it to be added. And then after this, we're going to add the background. So here we have this one, this look. What we could do is we could make it a little bit smaller or bigger depending on what we want. We could pull it up as well. And as you can see, the rotation of the sky is it's okay. It's not good enough. So what we need to do is we need to add a different one, and let's see how this one pans out. And this is the way this one looks. So we could change the exposure if we want to later on. But I want to focus now is to add the grass and the background as well. So here we have user library, and we added a couple of buildings. You can see all of these buildings under 3D warehouse. It's a SketchUp. So what you need to do is you just need to import it similar to what we did, and then you could just add this one. So I already put it right here into my user library, and you just need to do the same thing. So for the people that ask for this one, just check out 3D warehouse, and then here we need to pull this one out, and then pull it down a little bit. And then what I want to do here is move it a little bit, and then we're probably going to extend the sky a little bit more so it looks nicer. King's Court, we could add it on this side. Basically adding more depth to our building. Let's add in the scene graph so that we could change this right here. We could extend this size to make it bigger, and then simply add more of our buildings. Add the building right here, and one more on this side. And then it looks nice once we have this one completely added. And then we just need to keep on adding some of this ones right here. Let's change the speed right here. And we could just add some cars on the side, and our background will be like this. If we check it and then change the intensity, that will look like that. What I like adding as well is I like to add wetness. So I want to add this effect into our concrete, and then try and render this quickly just to see how it looks. I usually put it to low so that I just gauge how this looks. So this is looking good enough. We could change the exposure right here, white balance, sun intensity, and then even the ambient, we need to change that a little bit, and then the exposure. And the next thing is we're gonna select the floor. So these are the floors right here that we need to isolate. So all number 3 floors needs to be isolated. So isolate on, and definitely we're going to add grass. So we need to go right here, vegetation paint, and we need to add some grass. And then I usually use this, Select that, increase density, and then select this. Select now to change the diameter. And usually I make it a bit small. The reason for that is I don't want to go over what is required. But sometimes it's really hard to do this. So might as well just do it quickly like this. And hopefully it didn't go over. But I'm sure this will be over what is required. And then after this, you select the floor again. Just select the floor. That's why I went down here. And then right click and then isolate off. And as you can see, it went over, but that's fine. You can clean it up if you want to, but the issue with that is you will need to take a long time just to clean this up on the edge right there. But it doesn't look good because it went over, and then as you can see, it looks like it's floating. So I'm gonna shave this one a little bit, especially on this side, because I'm planning to use this as this is where I'm gonna take the image, one of the image. So I'm gonna clean this up a little bit. So instead, I can maybe redo this instead. Because it doesn't look good once you're looking at it on this view. There's so many things that are like flying. So we could just do this first, shave it a little bit, and then once you're happy with the way it looks, you could just do that later on and just finish up. And then after that, we're going to add in some trees. So I'm gonna go right here and add some bushes. So let me see if we have something right here that we could just add multiple times. Here you could just click and then keep on clicking right here. So that's the same thing. So we have something that looks like that. I know this is not good. It's missing some part there. And then we need to add more of those bushes right there. I think that's the best one that we have, unless this one is good. So I'm just gonna use this and add maybe the path right here. And then at the same time, I want to close this off, this space like that, and this one as well. Believe that's good enough. And then we're going to add trees as well. So I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm gonna add trees there. I'm probably going to add the same bush right here. Okay, let's add it there. Let's add it here as well. And then let's add here. And I think we missed this part. So I'm going to add some grass right here. There we go. And let's not forget to add again. Just giving it some pattern. And then after that, let's add in some trees. Same thing, you can select the trees and then just add it to those location. Want to make sure that it's not overpowering, and we have some space right here. And then here we're going to add one right there. And then maybe a smaller tree onto this side. I think that makes the area look good. And then we could add some right here as well. And then a little bit more like this plant. I believe that's good enough. I'm happy with the way it looks. And then probably let's add in more cars. Like for example, bus. I think if I put a bus right here, it will go too much. I'm just going to put a bus going right there. Push this one a little bit. And then multiple cars. Those cars right here. This was easy to add because it's already going to the right direction. Unlike here, you need to face it going on this side and on this side. And I just want to add one more here, maybe a little bit more. And I want something that goes out and one more going in. And maybe here as well, going in, going out. And that looks good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this Shell gas station. Let's get started. So in the last video, as you can see, we already added all the grass and the trees and additional cars. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I'm just gonna move this one a little bit there and right about here so that we could create a shot. In this video, I want to show you guys the views that I'm gonna take and the settings that I'm gonna use that for. So here we need to go to media and create an image, and then here we need to make sure everything is set first. So even the lighting, I'm gonna double check how it looks first, even though it's right here. I'm gonna see how it looks on this view, because the view that I want here is perfect, because I can show you, I could show the convenience store, the car wash, and of course the canopy where the gas fuel pump is. So here I'm just going to review all my settings, and once you're happy with your settings right here, now we could go to our image, and then I'm just going to double check again that the camera and parallelism is turned on. That's very important. And then here I'm gonna click on image, um, and then we need to set it like this first. uh, get our view. I think this one is good enough. We're showing everything. I'm going to make my speed a little bit slower so that I could create that perfect shot, and then click create. And here we could double check, we could change the setting now to high to see how it looks. If we're happy with this, then we're gonna click another view, change this. So I'm happy with this. I'm going to press refresh, and then I'm gonna undo the um, path tracer so that we can move around faster. And then here, what we could do is we could maybe set up our next view. So I think our next view, I wanted to have a zoom. I still want everything to see. Car wash at the background, convenience store right here, but pretty much a zoom, and I want the Shell logo. So I'm gonna create that view, and if we set this one, we could go back right here and set this. So now we're ready to add this one. So this one is looking good. I like the way it looks. And then if we need another view, we need to undo that first and then create this view right here. I want to at least show the fuel tank like that, and take an image again. So that's good right there. That's good right here. And then I'm gonna undo this again, and let me see if we could get a bit more. So this car wash, it's actually weird that there's people car washing even though it just rained. It's a bit funny for me. So I'm just going to add this by itself. Undo this again. I'm gonna add some cars right here. So I'm gonna add a car. change this to brown. Change this color as well to silver. And maybe we could have something like that. Not sure if this is good view, but might as well add an image like this. I'm just going to add another one showing this one right here. You know what, I'm gonna move this one onto this side so that I will have a nice image of the convenience store. Refresh it and let's see how it looks like that. And then here we just need to do that. So I believe in terms of all the image, I'm happy with this. Now we need to go back, so we need to quit media mode, click on save. We want to make sure we save this because we want to make sure that we don't lose anything. So that's fine there. What we're gonna do next is the video. So I'm gonna start with this right here for the video. So we need to go back to media, and then for the video, what we can do is we can start clicking video right here and create video. We zoom in. So I'm gonna zoom in from this far. Zoom. This will be 6. And then right here again. And then we're gonna create another video part. Zoom. This will be another 6 seconds. And then you want to make sure to get this one right here. Add a keyframe. This will be 6 again. And then here, showing the convenience store, zooming it around 6 as well. Just gonna maintain the 6. And then we could create something like this. Create a keyframe. And let's maintain that 10. And then let's showcase the car wash. That's another 6. And then here we could just go zoom in to front. I'm just gonna redo this. 6 again. And this one, it's up to you if you want to showcase this, but I rather add a lot here before I do this again. I'm going to just change the material right here to frosted, not frosted, but clear glass. And let's make the opacity. So that is looking good. At least it's something that is showing right there. And then here we could create another video. So we could just go all the way onto this side and create another keyframe going above like that. This will be 6. And then the exit. 6. And then let's just leave it like that. I usually duplicate this, rename it, show real, and then the other one, rename it to shorts, and then change the format. Change this to custom, and then put this one to 1000, and then this one to 700. Double check it to see how it looks in terms of shorts. And I believe that's good enough. I think that's good enough. So the only thing we need to do is save, and then once you click on save, we can export this. We can export this and then select all of this. As you can see, the path tracer is icon is there, so it will render it with path tracer. You can select all of this, and then here you can select all of this, and then just hit export. So we're gonna stop here for now. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.